First, our Grand Secretary from the Grand Chapter, Vern Hupsman, will be doing some secretarial suggestions, as well as Chris Brown.
Grand Reporter.
Grand Recorder, that's it. I'm sorry. As you know, I'm terrible with titles. Those two will be taking care of the secretary positions. I have a couple presentations in that also. Companion brothers and companions and Sir Knights John Refine and John Lister, as well as Randall Watson, will be taking care of some of the treasurer responsibilities in classes. And then we brought on board past Grand High Priest Bruce Colburn and excellent king, our King of Mount Vernon, Rafael Rodriguez. They will be doing some of the Class 4 material, especially Rafael. We have kind of recruited him to take care of some of the technical aspects of doing forms and things like that. So he wants to cover some of that, plus get some ideas, tell you some ideas. So that should be very interesting toward the end. So I thank all these gentlemen for being part and taking some time to help prepare for this. Before we start with the pledge and prayer, I know Bruce Companion Colburn has some rules that he'd like to cover at this point. So Companion Bruce.
Just a couple of basics. Just basically, if you're not a presenter, would you please mute your microphone? And I hope everybody understands how to do that. Also, I will be taking snapshots during the day of the screen because that's the easiest way to take roll, because I'll have all your names on the cubes when I do it. So if you don't like your picture being taken, tough. If you have a question, everybody should be able to go down and find a thing called reactions. On my screen, it's at the bottom of my screen. If you click on that, you'll see a place where you can raise hand or lower hand. If you have a question, do that. Click the raise hand. I will see that and recognize you, or the person who's talking can do it. I'm not quite sure how that's going to show up when we're sharing slides and all, because you may not appear on my screen, but I'll do my best to keep up with it. Other than that, I may mute somebody if there's a lot of phone ringing or dog barking or something in the background and they don't realize it. So don't be insulted. I'll mute it for a few minutes and then unmute it just to see if it went away. And I think that covers anything I wanted to get out of the way, Bill.
Okay, thank you, brother Companion. Just real quick, if you haven't gone on the website and hit the resource button and download any forms, the agenda and the class schedule is on there. So if you want to do that while you're online with us, please do that, or at least pull it up and download it into your system. Before we begin, as no great undertaking should ever begin without asking a blessing of Almighty God, I'm calling on Companion Randall Watson to give us a prayer for today.
Supreme Architect of the universe, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here together, even though it's just virtually, but we can share our ideals, even though we're not sharing breathing space. We ask that thou look over us as each does his utmost efforts in furthering the administrative duties of the local chapters, councils, and commanderies. Please help us perform our own functions and help guide those bodies so that we may become a power for good in our local community and throughout the state. Amen.
And gentlemen, I do have a flag behind me. If we join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll explain a little bit of the agenda for today. Today we've got 4 class modules. We broke them up a little bit. We will do a secretary's module, then a treasurer's module, We will go back to a secretaries module, then another treasurer's module, and then we will finish out with a generic module of things that we just find necessary and updates for you. Um, Again, as you know, this is going to be a little different. We usually do this program in person, but because of the COVID situation, we kind of felt it was necessary to do a Zoom type meeting. We'd love to do them in person. You get a lot of good responses, and just they gather as companions and brothers and Sir Knights together. It's just a lot better to do it that way, but safety and precaution for our members was paramount in the decision that we took. So again, I appreciate and I thank everybody for taking this time to be on a Zoom meeting and for today. Part of the thing is that we will be doing a couple breaks. We do have some breaks scheduled, which are about 5 to 10 minutes. If we do not wish to take them, I'm happy to go through and just continue on until we get everything done for you. The one last thing that we do have is that we will be asking companions, Dill, Disney, if he's on the line, I haven't seen if he's here, as well as our eminent commander, to give a few more remarks throughout the day. Our most excellent Grand High Priest, as usual, is working. Being in retail, he usually works Saturday, so he couldn't be online with us for today, but he is planning to call in at about 10 o'clock. So part of the change is that we'll do some self-introductions a little later after the first module in order to prep for him to come in. So that will be basically one of the changes for today. Again, as Companion Bruce said, we ask that you hold questions off to the very end. The presenters will have an opportunity to ask for open-ended questions. If there is an important question, you just go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll take care of it at that point. So without further ado, I will ask Companion Chris Brown to begin the first section for secretaries.
Oh, Lord, here we go. All right. Class 1 is how the secretary helps and assists in the management of the body. In class 1, we're going to cover help plan a schedule, new members, and verification through the Grand Lodge Masonic Membership Solutions, also known as GLMMS. Balloting and ensuring degrees are done, trust awards and other notices that are sent when needed, friendly reminders and suggestions when needed, and then the final bit is I will open it up for questions. Though if you have a pressing question, make yourself known. And I may not see the hand up immediately, so bear with me. Help planning a schedule. I really don't know anything more to say on help plan a schedule. I mean, when you're planning a schedule, I do it in Commandery, is I put down what do we need to do. A schedule, you automatically know that you need the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer to open any meeting. Sorry for that. Vern, I think probably say more on that matter than I could. And Vern, if you need to step in at any time, just do so. Plan a schedule.
Chris?
Why do you need a schedule?
Chris,
Sir?
Chris, there's a difference between a schedule and an agenda. An agenda is what you use for an individual meeting, and I think that's where you were started off.
Yeah.
And I think Bill was asking about how to plan an annual schedule, which works the same way as an agenda. You have certain things through the year you have to get done. and they have to get done in certain months. And once you peg them in, then you can help your presiding officer fill in the other months. But I'll return it back to you with that, the difference between agenda and schedule.
Clarifier, always use clarifiers. And that's one right there. Even though I'm commandery and Vern is the Grand Secretary / Recorder of chapter and council, I always lean in his direction when he talks, as Vern knows so much more than me. But schedule. A yearly schedule is kind of simple. Get a calendar and just start putting in what do you want on certain dates. Now, I have certain dates in the Grand Commandery that I have to schedule for. One is the semi-annual conclave, which is in May, and another one is the annual conclave, which is in October. So you need to work with the head of your body to come up with that schedule, because you're just planning for the very basics. For me, the person I would refer with would be Grand Commander Warrens, and he's the one that's going to tell me, well, I want these reports due by this time. We need to talk about these subjects and the like. And you can still do that with a smaller meeting. You can schedule out your years. The agenda, when you're talking about an agenda, that's basically opening your body, however you do it, which is prayer, pledge allegiance, and declaration that the body's open. But following that, the head of the body would run the meeting based on what he had scheduled to speak about. So anybody have any comment or they want to make about scheduling, or they have a problem?
If I could pop back in.
Absolutely.
For the local bodies, there are certain benchmark things we have to do. And it's one of them is right in front of us. March is by definition in chapter and council the month for elections. April doesn't really have any specific content. May is our semi-annual meetings. Sometime between May and June, we're supposed to do our installations. Most of us are dark. Sometimes June, July, and August. Some are just July and August. September, we come back. Sometimes we're coming back to ritual work or not. And October is a shockingly busy Masonic month. November is a holiday month. December is a holiday month. January is lodge installations. So fitting in a York Rite schedule takes a good bit of coordination between the presiding officer and his line officers and the secretary or recorder. You've got to have a feeling for the amount of ritual work you're trying to, whether you're going to need a spring class and a fall class, or whether you're just working through one class or you don't have any class that you of officers, of candidates that you have to work on. But particularly when you don't have degree work, you have to work with the presiding officer to help work on content so you don't have just business meetings. You may need that every once in a while, but you try to avoid bringing everybody miles and miles out through the night to just read the minutes, pay the bills, and go home, particularly now. So I think that's about all I would have to say about how to coordinate with a presiding officer on an annual schedule. Are there any questions?
I don't see any.
I think that might do it then.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the most important things that I think a secretary does is give friendly reminders to the head of the body. The high priest or illustrious master all have a lot of things on their mind, and unfortunately, the secretary has generally a lot of things on his mind, but the chapter counselor or commander that he's responsible for, he has the day-to-day operations of that on his mind. So quick friendly reminders, it all goes a long way. I know I've had it by the secretary in the past, so it's always appreciated. One of the things that the secretary has to do is verify any new candidates that their body is going to initiate. And one of the most important things and most important responsibility he has is to verify for the grand chapter end of it, since that's the beginning steps, is rather the master mason is in good standing. And the way he does that, he has to notify me at this point to run a GLMS, or the Grand Lodge Membership Management System, check on that individual to make sure he's qualified. So just some reminders on how that should be done. We do request that they be sent in within 72 hours prior to the petition being presented. That gives you some time in case there is a problem. I ask that the verification be submitted either via email, or you can even text me. And my phone number is listed on the sheet that's on the website. And what I ask is that the following information be provided. One, his full and correct name. Full and correct name, because many times you'll get nicknames, or you'll have instances where everybody knows them. For example, Andy Rodriguez. Well, his name isn't Andy, it's George. So if we try to search for him, we're not going to find him. So we got to make sure that he gets his correct full name, as well as leaving nicknames off. Need his name and address. Well, his address is great. Lodge and lodge number and membership number would be a big help. Some of the problems that you can have that we would be responsible for is that this Master Mason may have not received his Master Mason degree. He may have not been reported as being proficient. And in any of those is a violation of our membership policies, as well as the Grand Lodge. And if the Grand Lodge finds out about that, it isn't the chapter that's going to get in trouble. It's going to be the Grand Secretary is going to get in trouble about it. Also, some of the other problems you can have is the candidate can live out of state, or he may be a member of the out-of-state lodge, and a dispensation is going to be needed to be requested. Just this week, we had a submission. The member is not listed on the Grand Lodge Membership Management database. So we have to find out where he is. Is he a Master Mason? Is he a Master Mason out of another jurisdiction or another state? And therefore, we need dispensations to be done. One of the other things that could occur, he could be suspended. And if we bring in anybody under these situations, again, we're in violation and we're going to get our behinds handed to us. So please make sure that you allow at least 72 hours or more to make sure that the verification is done, so that if any of these problems arise, you have an opportunity to correct it, so that we don't embarrass ourselves or embarrass the member as he's standing at the chapter trying to receive his degrees. So any questions on that real quick? Probably not. It's pretty self-explanatory.
I have,
Hey, Bill,
Yes.
Hank Griffin has his hand up.
Oh. Yes, question.
Yes, there was a lot of really good information in there,
Uh-huh.
but I want to make sure that I have some of the most pertinent details.
Mhm.
You need their full and correct name.
Yes.
You want a correct address,
Mhm.
lodge membership. I'm sorry, their lodge and their membership number.
Yep.
Was there anything specific beyond that you want sent when we email you?
Just no, that's the basic information that we should be able to find. Again, just that's what you're saying, just request that's what you're looking for, to verify that he is in good standing and he is eligible to receive the degrees of the Royal Arch. And I should be able to go right online and get back with you within In most cases, I've been able to get back within 10 minutes.
And-
But I will get back to you as soon as possible so you get that information in.
Thank you for clarifying. And one follow-up, you
Mhm.
said that your email is in the information that is
Yes.
Leave that on, Kate.
under the resource page.
Yeah, if you go under the resource page, there is a thing that'll say verification through GLMMS. It's a little data sheet, and it's basically a printed version of what I just said.
Thank you, brother.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
got it. Vern,
Hey, Bill, something I've just discovered in the GLMS, there's when each member's page, when you finally discover them. And one of the neat things about giving us the GLMS number, and it should be on a petitioner's petition what their number is. It's on their dues card, if they don't know what it is. If you search and you go to their information page, there's a tab down on the left side of the page that says reports. And there's something called a membership report. And you can actually download that as I think that's a PDF. And you can actually send that PDF to the chapter secretary. This is a chapter event because you don't have to do this in council or commandery once they've come in through chapter. But this report has everything on it, has all the pertinent dates, the confirmation of the best address we have. It has their telephone number, birth date, email address. It is really very complete. And you can actually start a binder of these reports for each member if you want. And I'd be happy to work with people who might want to build a binder like that for their membership. We just do them a couple at a time and search them through. Old
Hey,
dog,
Vernon?
new trick.
Vernon, you say that's not required for council and commandery. Considering the length of time that may exist during all this pandemic stuff, it might be worthwhile rechecking. I mean, someone may have gotten behind in dues or something or whatever, or, between the time they got their Royal Arch degree and the time they end up in commandery.
yeah, good point.
That's
only
a
say that
slightly
because of how
different
long
function.
Go ahead.
That's a slightly different function, Bruce. That's actually proofing your existing membership rather than vetting a new petition. The new petition is a time-sensitive activity because the Grand Secretary is informed and has to get the information back to the local secretary so you can confirm the ability to confer the degrees. I have worked with Barry No and with Bob Lumbert and a couple of the other secretaries on crawling through their membership one person at a time and going into the GLMMS and going through the grand chapters records and trying to square up our memberships. And yes, it is useful. And if anybody wants to do that, please look at Bill Epic's email address.
You catch the license plate on that bus, Bill?
Oh, I've been run over by trains, buses, and all in the last 6 months.
So Bill, I'll be sending you my whole membership list for verification.
You got it.
One thing on this verification, all 3 secretaries / recorders have access to that database by our titles. The Grand Secretary gave chapter council and commandery access to the GLMMS. So if it's something that we need in commandery to verify, we look at it on a regular basis. And in fact, where lodges don't know to think to notify the members of the York Rite somebody has deceased, we regularly go through those lists. Both myself and Vern, and now Bill, and we do a lot of verification. And that's where we'll find so-and-so passed away a month ago, and we can adjust our records. The commandery, the council, and the chapter are separate, but the secretary and recorders do speak to one another. So let me make that very clear. We're not separate in our dealings per se. We do communicate on a regular basis. And I thank Vern and Bill for that.
Any more questions on MMS, the verification? Otherwise, verification leads into what's next? Membership and how to handle that. And Companion Human has a great thing on that.
Do I need to be enabled to do a screen share night now?
He should have you already on that.
Yeah, you should be able to now.
Okay, now how do I get to that?
Down the bottom of your screen should be a share screen.
It should be a green colored button.
Button.
Yeah, I hit that and
You have to make sure that the document is pulled up.
it's open. Oh, there it is. This is a, can you see a spreadsheet now?
Not
No.
yet.
Well, I just did it.
Gotta make sure you click it. Highlight the spreadsheet and then hit the share button again. There should be a little white box pops up.
I'm getting an invitation for a whiteboard or
Do you have the,
okay. Well, I can describe what I'm doing. What I'm now using after many, many years of fighting degree tracking is a simple spreadsheet that goes from left to right. The first column is the GLMMS number of a petitioner, their name, their lodge. I'm tracking whether they're past masters or not. And I'm tracking the date that they're vetted, when we read petitions, when we ballot, the date they receive the mark master, past master, most excellent master, and Royal Arch degree. And then there's a column for special notes, like delays, whether any of the degree work was done in another chapter, which degrees were done in another chapter. And then is the record, this will eventually include all, in a decade or two, it'll include everybody who's active. And it'll just be a rolling account of the incoming people. But for chapters that only have one or two candidates, this isn't too terribly important. But for the chapters and councils and commanderies that have lots of candidates, some guys can get out of sequence. They can get interrupted by illness or job assignments or forgetfulness and get out of whack. And it's sometimes when you have 4 or 5 people going through and one of them doesn't make it, it's a way to see who has and hasn't gotten their degrees. It takes a little time to keep this up, but it's really worthwhile when your presiding officer says, do we have anybody who's hanging back? Or you can say to the presiding officer, we have this guy who's out of sequence and he needs the MEM degree and we're about to do the Royal Arch. And I know that another chapter is going to do the MEM. Let's see if this guy can get himself down there and get the degree. So I recommend tracking once you've vetted the candidates or the petitioners with the Grand Secretary. Tracking them just makes life a whole bunch easier. And it sort of runs in parallel. If you're running your membership, particularly on Excel, you can always add another tab for another page and add this tracking spreadsheet to your membership spreadsheet as sort of an addendum. to the membership spreadsheet. So I finished looking at my my spreadsheet here, and I'm back to seeing everybody else. So does anybody have any questions about why it's a good idea to track petitioners as they go through, or how to do it? I guess not. I guess it's self-evident. So,
Got a question.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no has his hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah,
No,
Barry,
I was
we
just giving Vern a
Barry.
thumbs up for what he just did.
Well, Barry is one of the prime people for having a lot of candidates to manage, because he refers so many people to different organizations. And I know he likes to track their progress through. And Barry, while I'm talking to you, Ad Niram would love to have some of your candidates that can't make evening meetings.
Say again?
Ad Niram chapter would love to have some of your guys who can't schedule another evening meeting or would like to meet in the day at a daylight chapter.
I'll see what I can do.
Keep Ad Niram chapter in mind. Other than that, I'm out.
Okay. Now, Vern, online, there is a more detailed list of step-by-step how he wrote it as part of the documentation that we put on the resource page. It's a very good, useful information. If you try to cover it on this thing, it will take him at least an hour to do it himself. So again, download that, and I'm sure you'll come in handy. So some of the other things that the secretaries are involved with is sending out notices and doing trestle boards on a regular basis. I'll just add that this is probably one of the best ways to get information out to your members. I'm a firm believer that you should send them at least a monthly or bi-monthly letter of what's going on, and supplement that with emails. The more communication our members receive, the more active they become. And it's important to have a secretary have a complete and great schedule with that, so that he knows when this goes out and it's sent out at the same time. It's can be very frustrating to a member that he's expecting his trestle board to come out and it's random. He doesn't know when it is, and with today's mail system that has been active, if it isn't out in time, who knows when it's going to get here. I just sent out the call letter, and I sent it out a month early because of our mail system. So hopefully many of you have started receiving that now. And that's why it's out so early, because of unknown circumstances that have occurred over the last 2 months. So keep your members informed, keep the trestle board out, keep it active, keep it update. It's a great way for our members to know what is going on, and make sure it has updated date. Not only the dates are updated, but the contact information for the important officers are there, so that they know how to get in touch with you, so that they know if they have any questions, they can immediately get in touch with you and get any concerns they have regular. I'm going to throw it open to Chris and Vern for any friendly
I have
reminders.
Carl Swanson has his hand up.
Whoop. Carl?
Actually, no, I don't. So
Okay.
I don't know where he found it. So
I see a hand on your.
it's on your
No.
glasses. Clean your glasses.
Yeah. Any other friendly reminders or suggestions, Vern and Chris?
Sort of dovetailing with the degree tracking thing and sending out notices. While you have fresh information on your petitioners and degree candidates' emails, include them in your trestle boards as soon as you have them. Don't wait for them to get their RA degree. Add them in. Give those addresses to the grand secretary elect, so he can add them to the Royal Arch magazine. That can take a little while to get into the mailing system. And use those emails to remind the candidates of the degree work, which is kind of a reinforcement of the trestle board. Remind them that they're supposed to show up early, how they're supposed to dress, and maybe have somebody looking for them when they show up. That's it.
Anything else there, gentlemen? Any questions or anything like that? All right. Okay. Well, good. We got done pretty early on that one. While we take this time before we start into the treasurer's class, Bruce, can you just, since you're the main host for this event, can you just make sure everybody quickly introduces themselves and what chapters they're from, or councils or commanderies?
I can do that. Let's see. I got a listing here, so I'll start down this. Bob Chase, you're first.
Yes, Bob Chase, Druid Chapter 28, currently the excellent Grand King.
And then I'll just introduce myself. I'm Bruce Colburn, past Grand High Priest and member of Concordia and Adoniram chapters. And Bill, you're up.
Bill Epic, past Grand High Priest, member of Druid chapter, and for some reason asked to be secretary, assistant grand secretary.
And you took the job.
Nailed in the chair yet.
And John Refine.
Unmute John.
Wait a minute. Yes, sir.
You're up.
I'm up. Okay, I'm John Rayfine. I'm a past Grand Commander, most illustrious past Grand Master. I'm a member of Adoniram Chapter, Hiram Council, and Jock Steamway Commandery, and many others. Thank you.
Okay. Randy Watson.
With Druid Chapter, past Grand High Priest, Hiram Council, most illustrious past Grand Master, and Monumental Crusade Commandery, and I'm currently the Grand Treasurer of Grand Commander.
And Vernon.
I'm a member of Druid Chapter, Adoniram Chapter, and Edenton Chapter Secretary of Druid. About to be Secretary of the Denton bodies. I'm going to be taking over from Gene Ratz shortly. Finishing up my term is Grand Secretary and remaining on as Grand Recorder of the Grand Council until someone else wants to pick up that work also.
John Lister.
Yes, John Lister, Mount Vernon Chapter and Harmony Council, currently Grand Treasurer and just having fun in West Virginia.
And Chris Brown.
I'm a member of James F. Allen 33 chapter, a member of King Solomon 13 Royal and Select Master in the council, and a member of Montgomery Commandery 13, as well as being the Grand Recorder of the Grand Commandery.
Raymond Denmark.
Yes, I am currently the most excellent High Priest of Mount Vernon Chapter number 25, a member of Harmony Council number 20, and past Commander of Palestine Commandery number 7. And if my replacement does what he's supposed to be doing by the proper time, I will be Recorder Secretary for all three bodies.
Rafael Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm Rafael. I'm Ray's replacement. He's the one that he's talking about. So I'm the excellent king of Mount Vernon. And yes, Ray, I'm going to be meeting Andy tomorrow and Brother Randy next week. I should be done by then. So.
Thad Vargo.
member of Druid, Hiram, and Monumental Crusade. I'm the recorder for Hiram Council.
Okay, Hank Griffin.
Hello, y'all. I'm Hank. I'm nobody particularly important, but glad to be in good company. I'm a member over at Montgomery, York Rite, and pretty happy to see some of my buddies here.
Little more than that, Hank. Hank happens to be the incoming secretary for James F. Allen. He's a member of King Solomon's Council and Montgomery Commandery 13.
Awful glad to be so.
I'm glad you're so too.
Patrick Stangler.
Yes, currently the High Priest of Salem, Chapter 18. I'm also the Thrice Master of Salem, Chapter 11. And I'm just a Serenite in Antioch Commandery number 6. And I'm trying to help Bob with our membership to get back on track and get the meetings again.
Okay, and Bob Lumbert.
Okay, I'm a member of the 3 Ones. Currently High Priest of Concordia Chapter and Recorder of the Concordia Council. Also past Grand High Priest and past Illustrious Grand Master.
And Mike Robbins. You're muted.
I have turned on your mic.
Hey.
That better?
Yep.
Yeah, currently I'm the treasurer for all the Carroll York Rite bodies. I'm a past commander of Carroll Commandery 17 and will be very attentive during the treasurer's instruction here. As you all probably know, we had a tragic loss within our organization of our good friend and companion, Jim Frock, passed away on the 19th. And so there'll probably be significant changes in the leaderships in the Carroll York Rite bodies. So.
Okay, and the illustrious, wonderful recorder for Maryland Commandery number 1, Keith Slem. Because he took that job over for me.
Concordia Chapter 1, Harmony Council, and as Bruce said, Maryland Commandery number 1 recorder.
Okay, Bill Miller.
Okay, past and future High Priest of Phoenix, PCW of Jerusalem, and Serenite in both Monumental Crusades and Maryland.
And the illustrious Chuck Warnes.
Good afternoon, Good morning, guys. Druid Chapter, Hiram Council member. I'm the Grand Commander of the Grand Commandery of Maryland, Knights Templar, and Treasurer of Monumental Crusade number 3.
Okay, Carl Swanson.
Good morning, Carl Swanson, Assistant Recorder, King Solomon 13, and Chris Brown's indentured servant.
Among many, I'm sure. Fred Rosmar.
Member of Concordia Council number 1, Concordia Chapter number 1, Maryland Commandery number 1. I'm the treasurer.
Okay, David Long. And you're muted.
It's on mute.
Still there, David? You need to unmute. There you go. Can't hear you.
It's very faint, needs to be closer to the mic.
David, we can't hear you. You are unmuted. Okay, well, I'm gonna go over to Barry No and try coming back to him.
Hi, I'm the Secretary of Phoenix Chapter number 7, honorary member of Druid, member of Jerusalem Council and Monumental Crusade. This is my first Zoom meeting. I had trouble getting on, but I'm glad I did because I'm benefiting from everything that you guys are doing. Thank you.
And you'll find the more you use Zoom, the easier it becomes. Dan Powell. Where is he at? Dan Powell, is he still in here?
He's here. He's not showing as muted.
I don't, oh, there he is. Yeah. Dan, we can't hear you. Okay. I see the frustration on your face. John Austin, you there?
Here we go. Yeah, how you guys doing? Currently the High Priest of James F. Allen, Royal Arch Chapter number 33. I'm the current treasurer of King Solomon Council number 13, and a past eminent commander of Montgomery Commander number 13. Currently standing in the shadows of the brilliant Chuck Warrens as his deputy grand commander of Knights Templar of Maryland, and I'm very pleased to be here.
Oh, that would suck up. Boy.
Rev Brewer. And you're muted at the moment. There you go.
Got dogs that won't shut up. Dan Brewer, I'm with York Chapter, York Council, and York Commandery. I'm the recorder, secretary of the chapter and the council.
Why does it say Rev Brewer? Oh, Reverend.
Thank you.
Yes. Bill Baldwin.
I thought it was, I thought that was reverse.
Good morning, all.
You would think so.
Yeah, I'm the ancient recorder secretary for Carol York Rite. That's about all I can vouch for. I really need somebody to take over this position. I'm slipping a little bit.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
I know.
Yeah, I see Dan Powell logged out and he's logged back in. Dan, you there? Dan Powell still coming in here. Nope.
Let's see.
You there, Dan?
Yes, I'm here now.
There you go.
There we
Okay. Try again.
go. Dan Powell, Enoch Chapter number 10, Assistant Secretary and Recorder for the Council and Chapter. Still waiting on my commandery degree.
Okay, I'll try one more time for David Long. You're muted at the moment, David. I think David stepped away. I think I got everybody, Bill.
You're dead. You're muted, Bill.
Unmute, Bill.
Got me now. I just received a text from the Grand High Priest. He is so busy at work, he cannot break to get a chance to get in. So I've asked Companion, our Right Excellent Grand King, to just give a few words on behalf of the Grand Chapter. Bob? Unmute.
Unmuted. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
All right, that's a
Well-
few words. Keep going.
I tell you what, be careful. Anyway, thank you very much. And to all of you who took the time today, as Bill mentioned earlier, to come out and go through this. Much of this stuff is important, and it is as important to make it as smooth as possible. And now that Vernon has stepped away a little bit, but for years between Vernon and others in the chapters, things have gone very smoothly. And those of you who want to maybe step aside, maybe you should look and see if there's someone around who might be willing to at least assist you as you go through that process. But other than that, thank you very much, everybody, and have yourself a great weekend.
Thank you, Bob. I scheduled a 5-minute break at this point. I don't know if you want to do that. If not, I figure we're all adults. If you need to step away, you can go ahead and step away at your own time. Just flick off and go. Is that agreeable to everybody? Yeah, I thought so. The next thing, we're going to go right into the class for treasure. So I will turn that over to Companion Watson.
Good morning, folks, and I'll start off the way Chris did, though I got to find the thing. Yeah, just as a reminder, because it's on the agenda that everyone has, but the topics of this module are planning a budget and making sure the chapter stays within it, accurate account balance so the chapter knows its financial status, receipts accurately reflect receive and the bills are paid on time, the following pertaining tax laws and filings, preparing for the yearly audit and a financial report, and then questions. And I'm going to take the lead on this module, but John Rayfine, the Right Illustrious Grand Treasurer, and John Lister, the Right Excellent Grand Treasurer, will come in to rescue me if I miss any important points, and if any questions arise that we have everything well covered. So the first item in getting into planning a budget and making sure the body, chapter council or commandery, stays within it, it's one of those things we're not as rigid as, for example, Maryland state government, where you're absolutely prohibited from varying from your budget. You know, our organizations have the budget set up as a guideline. It's a planning tool, and it's something that you can look at before the year, and just to make sure that if you're anticipating specific programs or activities, that you can actually afford to do them. And if you can't afford to do what it looks like you want to do for the year, then you can go in and make a knowing decision, whether you would either need to do something to raise revenue, such as if you're planning on doing a festive board and you didn't plan on having a copay, you may add a payment from the members, to cover the costs if you can't do them on your own. Also, to look at the ongoing operational needs to see if your due structure is appropriate. But it's not the point where if you only budgeted, say, $1,000 for printing and postage, that you can't pay your bill if the total comes a little more than that. You're at liberty with the body to have the flexibility to ongoing, but the budget is a planning tool, not an ironclad issue. The recommendation that I will give in preparing a budget is to not start completely from scratch, but normally go through a 3-year rolling average. And I just put up on the screen an Excel spreadsheet, which is titled Multi-Year Financial Comparison. But this one started life, quite frankly, for Hiram Council. So you can see under the income, there are 6 categories. They're the 6 things that we really track. And under expenses, what's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 categories. It's up to you to determine what categories of income and expense have meaning to you. Now, in Grand Commandery, we've got over a dozen categories of income and over 30 categories of expense. But at the local level, it doesn't make sense to have that level of detail. Now, I did go through and change some of these numbers just so I'm not giving away Hiram's secrets or whatever. I don't want anyone to feel I'm relaying confidential info. But if you note, there are the columns there for 2017, 2018, and 2019. That's because 2020 was not a typical year, and to take it into the rolling average would actually throw things off from what was expected. But the form is set up in column F. It shows the 3-year typical average. So unless we figured something unusual would happen for next year, we would put the whatever the 3-year average is into the projection column for the budget. It's just, again, this worksheet is a tool that can be used rather than just say, okay, let's come up with a budget for the year and you're starting with a completely blank slate. The recommendation is to start with an average of your typical expenses. And then if you know you're going to do something different for the year, make adjustments based on that so that your income might be higher or lower. And then you can see whether it projects you to be a net loss or a net profit for the year. And if it's a loss that you can't afford from your retained earnings and savings, then look through at the projection standpoint to see what you would need to do to either raise additional funds or to decrease other expenses. But that's just the general concept on budgeting. Like I say, it's to make sure that you know that you're not absolutely locked in. It's up to the body to vote on the specific bills, and you can change horses during the year and add programs and delete programs and activities. But it's a good planning tool. Any specific questions on budgeting? Oh, hold on, stop share. Okay, the next item that was listed is make sure you've got having an accurate account balance so the chapter knows its financial status. That's pretty straightforward. The main caution that I would like to relay to the treasurers and the expectation with recorders and the other officers is for every meeting, make sure that the current available checkbook balance is reported to the membership. And to do that, the treasurer really has got to reconcile the checkbook every month. You can't just assume that the number on the bank statement as available funds are still available. Because if you wrote checks and they haven't cleared the bank yet, then your bank statement is going to show more funds than you actually have available. So it is imperative that the treasurer clear and reconcile the checking account on a monthly basis. You know, it's not that critical if you've got a savings account or investments to make sure that all of that is reconciled and tied in. But you certainly need to know of the funds the bank says you have in the checking account, how much of those are really available to be spent. Because we have had some issues recently in some of the bodies where checks were written and they were overlooked because they hadn't been cashed right away. And then the body actually went out and spent the money that they had already spent. So we want to make sure no one digs themselves a hole where they have to come out of it. The next topic
Hey,
is.
Randy.
Yes, absolutely.
I just want to make a point to the treasurers. It's sometimes not feasible to report that balance at the first meeting of the month, because you may not get your statement until the 10th, 11th, whatever it is. But the point being, sometime in that month, maybe the second meeting, you should be reporting that balance.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. Okay, the next topic in the module is to make sure that the receipts are accurately received and reported and that the bills are paid on time. And this is an item that actually has come up in the grand bodies where we actually had with our change in grand recorders at the commandery level. We unfortunately had some checks fall into the bottom of the grand recorder's briefcase, and they were missed and overlooked. And they were assessment checks, from the annual returns. And so they became stale. And by the time Chris found them and we went to deposit them, they were rejected by our financial institution. So, it can even happen at the level of a grand body. But with the local ones, and especially now under the COVID restrictions on face-to-face meetings, and we may not even be meeting on a monthly basis, please be aware that when the secretary recorder gets checks, to not simply hold them until the next time you have an in-person meeting with the treasurer, if that's going to be a long time, because they might get stale. And these days, the determination of when a check is stale is not a consistent number. When I started, everyone basically seemed to agree that a check was good for a calendar year. And as long as it was less than a year old, there was no problem. From my experience with the bodies that I'm dealing with currently, most financial institutions are now using 6 months as the issue with when a check is considered stale, but a couple financial institutions are using 3 months. And so if you've got a body that only meets quarterly, if your bank is using 3 months as the staleness date, you could have a check go stale, and then you would have to have the member rewrite the check, which is a hassle on him. And I know Thad mentioned to me Thursday night, we have some members who, whenever they write a check, if it doesn't clear that month, they call the secretary or recorder, say, "Why are you holding my check? Why didn't you cash it right away?" So, you get some pushback from the members as well. But, as a courtesy to them, make sure they get deposited as soon as you can. But absolutely, you have to be aware of it to make sure that the checks don't go stale. Now,
Randy?
Yes.
Some experience I had when I was recorder for Maryland Commandery. For secretaries, please push your members as hard as you can to pay their dues in the first 2 months of the year. Because if you get a check from them in June and you're not meeting till September, they start wondering why they haven't got their card and why they haven't had their check cashed. And you need to tell them, it's not my fault. I'm not going to see this guy for 2 months yet, or I mail it to him and he hasn't gotten it yet. It's a whole lot smoother if those dues are paid in the first 2 months of the year, either the last month of the year or the first 2 months.
I was even getting harassment in early January when we weren't, when we really weren't even allowed to meet.
Right.
With the COVID stuff going on. I'm like, you do understand that there's a pandemic going on. We're not allowed to meet in a lot of cases. It's the biggest thing is it's got to be a union between the recorder and the treasurer.
Yeah.
Because
Definitely.
it is a partnership that we both have to work to make sure it works. Randy and I have done very well with that. And it's the communication back and forth. When I have a stack of checks, I know Randy came over one time in the summer because we had that happen. He got them from my wife and we were able to make it work. It's the communication between the treasurer and the recorder and the secretary that is going to make that a success.
Yep. I guess my point is for the treasurer and the secretary, don't feel like you did something wrong because somebody's not paying their dues till the middle of the summer.
Yeah, right. Another item that, again, from the treasurer's standpoint, asking the recorders when the check comes in is verifying that it's made out properly. Because we've got certain people who always make it payable to the secretary or recorder. So, there are certain folks who make their Druid dues checks payable to Vernon, or their Hiram payable to Thad. So with Druid, that is a problem because we bank with Morgan Stanley and they will not accept a third-party check. So if they make it payable to Vernon, he has to cash it and then write a check to cover their dues to the chapter. Whereas with Thad, it's a little easier because we deal with Wells Fargo. They will accept a third-party check. So he signs, pay to the order of Hiram Counsel, then he signs it, and then I'm able to deposit it. But, be aware that when it comes in, if it's made payable to the right person or to the right organization.
And the right, if I may add, and the right address. I know when I get the pre-printed chapter dues cards, it's on a form that I can just stick in an envelope with a window on it, send it out. I learned, or for Commandery, I learned real fast that you need to look at that check and make sure that address is what's on that card that you're mailing out. Because people will move during the year, change their address, but they don't notify the Commandery or any of the Masonic databases. And so you get a check, you stick that thing in the mail and send it to them, and it comes back as undeliverable. So it's worth matching the address on the check with the address you're going to send it to.
That's a good point. Now, the opposite end of that is paying the bills in a timely manner. That's pretty straightforward, just as with your personal one. First off, you don't want to incur late fees. There's no sense wasting our funds. But the other standpoint is remembering that we're a Masonic group. And if we pay particularly an outside vendor and we pay them late, that makes the entire Masonic fraternity look bad. Because they'll say, well, they're deadbeats and it's hard to collect money from them. So just remember, it's not just our own individuals that, if we get a reputation as late payers, that's bad for the craft.
Randy, can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah.
I have something I want to share to the screen. Let me find it. Okay, on this particular slide, what I show here is a spreadsheet for receiving deposits and recording them to the secretaries and to the treasurers. I highly recommend that you use this type of a spreadsheet. In particular, record each check, the payee who wrote it, the check number, the date, the amount of it. And then if it's broken out across any of your categories, do that also. I can't tell you the number of times that I've either had phone calls from somebody saying, did you get our check? And I can go back into this and say, yeah, we got your check and it was deposited on such and such a date. Or I had an issue just recently with the bank, and I was doing a reconciliation of a month, and the deposit that was credited in that month was wrong. And I didn't understand why. There were 4 checks listed in my register as having been deposited. I went to the website for the bank, and the deposit they had was like $56 short of what I had. And all 4 checks, the images were there. Somehow, when they processed the deposit, they missed one of the checks. But luckily, I was able to go back to the bank and say, hey, I looked online, the images are there. You obviously had the checks. What did you do? And it took a little doing, but they reversed it and corrected the whole thing. The point being, you will from time to time have things that are wrong, and people make mistakes because we're all human. But if you have that kind of a breakout, you can stand your ground and say, hey, this is what happened. This is what we're doing.
Thank you. And John, would you reshare that screen? Would you put it
Sure.
back up for a second? Because yeah, I took his advice several years ago and use a version of that spreadsheet that he has for the bodies. That's not the same screen. Oh yeah, okay, that's actually got numbers in it. But just to bring about that the columns that he's got there, the headers beginning in column E for assessments, exaltations, councilnoid, high priest, etc. Those correspond to the income categories that were on the multi-year financial statement for budget prep. So, you know, everything that you've got as a category to break out your deposits, you then just use those numbers to paste in under a transpose function, and you can just very easily drop in your income for the year. And a similar type thing on the expenditures, laid out the same way for the checks you write, makes it very easy to fill out that form. So like I say, I took your advice several years ago, John, and use it.
It's pulled me out of the middle of a couple different things. So
yes,
highly recommend.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Randy,
Yes.
if I might, another example of why it's good to have those records. Several years ago, I wrote Randy a check for $50 or $60 for dinner or something for a Grand Commandery affair. 2 years later, fortunately on my bank, I get notified if there's a deposit or withdrawal above a certain amount. Well, lo and behold, one evening I get a thing that there's a $1,200 withdrawal from my checking account. And I pulled it up. I'm going, no, there's not. I didn't do anything like that. So I pulled up, got an image of the check, and I don't know who it was, but nonetheless, they had modified the check in some way, kept my old address and my signature, but they put their name up in the corner of the check and had written this to somebody else. I looked up in my records that check number, saw that I'd sent it to Randy, and I called Randy and said, hey, what happened to this check? He was able to show me that he had deposited it to Morgan Stanley 2 years ago. Well, evidently, and this was just when the pandemic started, I suspect that Morgan Stanley was destroying checks while they had some spare time or something. But nonetheless, somebody either in Morgan Stanley or past Morgan Stanley or at the trash bin got a hold of that check, doctored it, and withdrew $1,200 from my account, which I got back the next day from my bank. The other bank's the one that ends up holding the stick on that deal. But it was a matter of having to be able to go to the person I'd written the check to, them having a record of what they did with it, and then going to my bank and saying, hey, this ain't right. And of course, then my bank pulled up their copy and said, yeah. So all those records you keep may come back and be handy at some point.
Okay. the next topic is.
Randy, Randy,
Okay.
could I say something?
Oh, sure, John.
Sorry. I just wanted to give you a tip. Sometimes this may be helpful to you. We've made it a practice to always photocopy all of the checks before they're deposited. And I can't tell you how many times that's saved us, because sometimes the check's coming from a third party and the name is wrong or doesn't match something, you know, and you just put down the check number, you really can't always tell who it's from. So photocopies, I got them on file here for years.
All right, very good. Okay, the next item is following the pertinent tax laws and filings. And, you know, everyone knows as an individual, you've got to file your return every year. And as nonprofits, we do have to file every year, and there will be more in the next module on the specifics, the mechanics of doing the filing. But it's just to be aware that most of our organizations are eligible for what's called it used to be called a postcard, the 990N, and it's now completely an online filing. And there's no fee, but if you don't file for 3 years, you're automatically revoked from your nonprofit status. And then you've got to go through the process to get reinstated. And as John Rayfine will go through later, that's a $600 fee just to fill out the application form. So, you know, you want to stay current. Now, what I've got here is, and in the lodge leadership, we provide it to those potential worshipful masters coming in, that different organizations have different people responsible for filing the 990 N for the year. Some it's the secretary recorder's job, some it's the treasurer's job. If you've got large funds, then you have to do the full 990 form. You know, generally you have a professional accountant prepare it and send it in. But in the handouts that are downloadable, there is a form that goes through and helps walk in on simply how to check your 990 status. And we won't go through it in details here, but it's here. Let me do that. You can download it, but it has the address of the website and then walks you through which links and buttons you put in. And all you need is your 9-digit federal tax ID number, the EIN, and then you can search through and hopefully you'll find your organization, and it will give you the last year that they have on file for you, and you can actually open that and see the filing. So we recommend to the incoming masters that they be aware, but if, let's say it's your organization decides the secretary is the one who actually files the 990N, it's a good idea if the treasurer from time to time can go in and check the status. So that's all there. Like I said, if you want those instructions, as I say, they're on the website there under the resources, under the class handouts, and that'll walk you through. The fifth item is preparing for the yearly audit. And unlike Lodge, the Grand Chapter Council and Commandery don't require the local body to fill out a specific audit form and send it in. You know, Grand Lodge does. However, we have the expectation that you do an annual financial report to the local body. So as a resource, also on the administrative handouts, there is an Excel file that is available for download, and it's got 2 tabs. The first one is the multi-year financial comparison, which we went through previously, which I use to look at where we are and to come up with a budget, but it has the other tab for the annual financial reporting. And this is formatted very similarly to the Grand Lodge audit form. And I've just filled it in with a couple of basically fake entries, but just to show the way it works. It's got line instructions, at the top, so example up here, the instruction for line or column 1 addresses down there. So these instructions relate to the column numbers. And it's just a way of tying into the bank statements, because at a minimum on an annual basis, you should be able to report to your membership and have an audit committee review and verify that what you said in each of your accounts as the beginning balance tied into the previous year's audit report and your January 1st beginning balance, which was in fact your December 31st ending balance from the previous year. And from that, obviously during the year, you have items of income and expenses. And at the end, you come to your reconciled ending balance, and that should tie in to your December 31st end of year financial statement. But again, make sure it's the reconciled statement. So if you wrote a check for $100 that hasn't cleared, the bank statement would show $100 more than the reconciled balance in the checkbook. And like I say, this just has some numbers in to help demonstrate the way the form works. If you would like to use this specific form, an item that, okay, I don't want to install updates. Sorry about that, but just to be sure that the column 5 is for transfers between the accounts. And that's just showing that in this example, we had a certificate of deposit on line 3 that we closed and moved the money into the investment account on the 4th line. And so that simply shows the transfer between the account was a negative for the CD and a positive for the investment. But the note there, the instruction for line 5, is that the total of that column will always be 0 because a transfer is coming from one pocket and into another. Item 6, the change in market value, that really only applies to investments. If you've got a checking and a savings account, the only adjustments to it are income and expenses. But if you've got some items that are invested in the market, then there may be unrealized gains, where the value of your deposit changes, and it's not because you put money in or had dividends or interest paid or pulled money out. So you can show that increase or decrease in column 6, just so the ending balance matches the financial statement. Like I say, you don't have to use this form. This does not have to be sent in to the grand body, but it's a useful format for having a summary of the information. But at a very minimum, you should report to the membership of your chapter council or commandery every year a listing of all of your accounts and their beginning and ending balances. And I've got to re-emphasize on the annual basis, you've got to make sure you include all accounts. Month to month, it may be okay just to be covering your checking balance because those are your operating funds. But if you don't report all of the accounts to the membership, at least on an annual basis, then it's possible over time, if you've got the treasurer and the secretary recorder serve for multiple years, if they're not regularly reporting back, people may forget that they even have certain accounts. And then if you have an issue where, heaven forbid, but say, your treasurer passes away unexpectedly, it could be a while before you even find where your accounts are and what those account numbers are and what banks or financial institutions they're with. So at least if you have an annual report to the membership, then the secretary recorder would have the list, these are at least all the accounts we had this year. So that's just general suggestion that, like I say, we need to make a report. The format is up to you, whatever works. There's a format that you could use if it's useful to you. So now at this point, are there any additional questions for either me, John Rayfine, or John Lister?
Randy, it's Patrick.
Yes.
That form you just showed, the Excel spreadsheet, where can I download that from?
That's in the administration class handouts for this session. It's an Excel file.
It's on the website under resource tab.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's called Budget End of Year Financial XLS.
Sorry, I was just pulling it up. I see it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, very good. And again, if anyone wants to use that and has any questions on it, can get up with me directly. I see Chuck Warrens has a hand up.
Yeah, just want to, on the 990N, if you're doing a full 990, you don't have to do the 990N, right?
Correct. You just have to file one of the 3 versions each year.
Okay. And maybe a suggestion about the not using the 2020 budget. This is a suggestion for the chapter and the council, but a request by me to you, Randy. There are a lot of things this year that we did that were unusual as far as our money is concerned, and particularly the programs that John Austin came up with for the charities. If we're not going to use 2020, it's probably a good idea to make a note on the budget format that this program was a program that was started in 2020 and will probably continue, and then you're going to have to put in your budget something for that program each year. So we've got several of those things that we need to do for the commandery. So if we don't have a column for 2020, just a note somewhere that this was initiated in 2020 and we're going to continue with it.
Yeah, or for our practical, we could have the column, but not include that in the average.
Yeah.
But if there's anything that is different from the average that you know about, you make a variance for it. So yeah, that's a good point. Your eminent grand treasurer will follow your wish.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Vern's beard has gotten alive.
At this time, before we move into the other class, I'm going to ask companion John Refine if he would like to say a few words on behalf of the the Grand Council, please. Since he is the ranking officer today.
Yes, thanks, Bill. I just wanted to thank everyone that's participating in this Zoom meeting, both as presenters as well as attendees, for showing your level of concern and interest for the Grand Council of Maryland, as well as the other York Rite bodies. It's good that we have the number that we have in here. I think the last time I checked, it was something like we had 20-some people signed in, which I feel is really good for something that's a little bit out of the ordinary. It's one opportunity, I think, in a year that we have a chance to talk with the other bodies about how we all do business, and as well as noting the similarities and the differences. And something that we can always learn from others. And the more information we share, the more information we will receive. So thanks everyone for your attendance and for support.
Thank you, John. We'll move right on because we're trying to make sure we get done early so everybody can enjoy the rest of their Saturday. The next section goes back to the secretaries, and this is probably one of the more important sections for the secretaries concerning a lot of the requirements that need to be done. And Companion Vern has pretty much all of that. So, Grand Secretary, I turn it over to you. Still on mute.
Muted, boss.
And you were all so lucky for a brief time. Okay, so the membership management. A long time ago, when I was secretary of a lodge, basically all you had to do was get out trestle boards and communicate with your membership and keep minutes and keep up your membership rolls. And your membership rolls are the very lifeblood of your organization. I mean, if you don't know who your members are, you're not an organization. So you have to find a way that you can manage with your skills, your equipment, and your software to keep an accurate picture of who are your members and their current status. We have basically 3 different ways we can do this, and I have lived through all 3 of them. You can work out of a 3x5 index card file or a ledger book. I guess I actually saw those when I was secretary of Warren Lodge. We didn't have spreadsheets or anything, or even cards. We just had a book with everybody having his own page. There are spreadsheets, and then there are databases. A database is a spreadsheet in multiple dimensions. And to be honest, I think the database works very well for extremely large organizations with many different sub-organizations, but it's probably more horsepower than you need for managing a local organization. I think a simple spreadsheet, whether it's Excel or, for those of you who have really good computers, Lotus 1, 2, 3, I learned spreadsheets from Lotus. But a spreadsheet is basically a vertical, horizontal array of members and data classifications. We track, in the Grand chapter, I'm now tracking the Grand Lodge membership numbers for every member as I get them and trying to get caught up on the ones we don't have so far. Their first, middle, and last names, their current addresses by street, city, state, zip code out to 4 digits. I don't track birth dates too much because that's available in GLMMS. But if you give it to me, I'll file it. Same thing is true of email addresses and phone numbers. They tend to be more volatile than I want to deal with for 1,200 members. It's a little bit much because you'd have to do this tracking once a month to make sure you're accurate. Same thing with mailing addresses. And in Grand Chapter, we track exaltation dates and greeting dates for council. We don't track the individual dates. We never asked anyone to supply those dates in the annual reports. I do track the date of last revisions when we're doing membership updates. So I know the last time I looked at that person and changed something about them. If the last date I revised someone's account was the date they were greeted or exalted, I know what the event was. But if there's a subsequent change, I know it's an address change. The mechanics of membership management is easier to deal with than the practice, the discipline that a secretary has to apply. Sitting right in the middle of my screen right now is Thad Vargo. Thad has 283 or so members. I think that's the largest York Rite body in the state. I can't imagine. I mean, he has a council that has more members in it than 6 of the chapters combined. That's an enormous task for one person to manage. And, if you can imagine stuffing almost 300 envelopes for a mailing, or getting out dues cards or bills and dues cards notices and tracking who's paid and who hasn't. And it only gets worse if you don't diligently keep up with changes in addresses or life and death statuses. If you're not keeping up with whether people have paid their dues or not, it's real easy for the membership to lag in being efficient and effective about people being current on their dues. I have come to the belief that there really should be a membership committee in each of our bodies to help the secretary and recorders with managing membership. I mean, we have chapters and councils that only have 20 members. Yeah, probably don't need a committee there. But if you have 100 members and you've got maybe 20 of them that are getting lazy with getting their dues in and staying in good standing, then maybe the secretary has enough to do to keep managing his body. And maybe a membership committee could start doing some of those nice reminders that we haven't seen your payment yet. And we don't want you to slip into oblivion, the sonic oblivion. So as just a practice thing, secretaries, if you have a committee working with you or an assistant, be diligent and report those changes up to the grand bodies. So we know when you have change in status, suspensions, deaths, whatever, those things have to be reported on the annual reports. But if you tell us early, we can incorporate those into our databases. The Grand Encampment works off of its own centralized database, but the chapter and council have their own particular and peculiar database that works in parallel with the Grand Lodge's database. We are not linked to the Grand Lodge's database. We track far more information than the Grand Lodge does. And we track different information. So there hasn't been a unification of that yet. About the database and what can be done for you by the Grand Secretary and the Grand Recorder in council. We can provide you a list of what we think your membership is at any given time. As of your last report and any updates you've given us, we can send you name, address, and I will send that information to any secretary. Name, address, whatever we have, the whole boat if you want it. I can send you extracted lists of just names or your past masters, or I have the Grand York Rite database goes back to about 1995 when Gene Ratz set it up in Access. And it is the only way that we're tracking any data now. There are no hard records other than the electronic records, and those are backed up on a 4 terabyte external drive that I have. I can give you some historical information back to the mid-90s. There are card files at the Grand Lodge that can be explored, but only at the risk of falling into some deep rabbit hole that only Chris Brown knows about. It's in the York Rite office. But we can search and do queries based on any characteristic you want. I can produce lists that show combined memberships of chapters, councils, and associated commanderies according to the data that Chris has given me from the Grand Commandery. So we can show you who the cross-linked associations are for your location. Or if someone like Thad Vargo, Thad only has a council to deal with. But if Thad wanted to see what are the chapters that are feeding my council? What are the commanderies that these guys are going on to? Same thing with Phoenix. Phoenix might want to know what councils are my men going to? Have my men all gone onto a council? Have they succeeded in taking the next step? Have they gotten to a commandery yet? So it's a way of tracking progress too. So if any of you have any questions about using a spreadsheet or a database to manage your data and the output, this might be a good time to ask it. No hands?
I think Mike
Yes, Pat.
Robbins.
So I was going to say, because I have to manage all those members with all the pieces, I have a spreadsheet that I can very easily pull out my membership list as anybody needs it. With that, I'm able to track their dues, when they paid their dues. I track if they're, PTIMs, and if they're primary to us, or if they are, if they're primary councils, another council. I track all that in my spreadsheet today. Now it's not 100% up to date. I've been filling it in as time's gone on since I took over. But if anybody has value that, I can pull a good chunk of this out and pass it along.
I know I've been using databases for membership, as EO, that's one of the things we used, and they come in very handy. I'm just curious, of all the secretaries here, are there any secretaries that do not use a specific database like Excel or Corel or wherever it's available, and you do it your own way? If there's anybody, just like to know what you're doing.
Doing nothing right now, trying to get a database set up.
Gotcha.
I got that. I inherited everything from Pat, and everything's in a file cabinet.
Okay, so he was a paper guy. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Just from experiences with them, I find a database is a lot easier to use, to organize, and more importantly, when you got to send out mailings, it is so much easier than handwriting everything out all the time.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, Bill, I was secretary for Collington Lodge for 6 years, and I used an Excel database for the membership, and it worked really well in keeping up with everyone, recording dues paid and things like that. So that's something that I will be working with Randy Disney, who's the outgoing secretary recorder, to try to see what he has, and then try to build something for the Annapolis bodies.
Bob?
Bob.
Yep, had to unmute. One thing I think that doesn't seem to be happening is sort of changes in membership that get communicated from chapter to council to commandery. For example, I got an email from our commandery recorder a few weeks ago that gave me a change of address for one of the members. And my reply to him was, well, I suspended him in council a year ago. So there's no, that doesn't seem to be, when there are changes like that in chapter, they need to be communicated to the Grand Council and the Grand Commandery to let them know that, the person is suspended or is moved or something, or died. And as secretary to several appendant bodies, that would be nice for me to know, because we don't get any that kind of information any other than well, I sent out a communication and the guy's widow came back and said, well, he died 3 years ago. So I think there needs to be some communication. I mean, just a list. I mean, I think Vern did this 2 or 3 years ago, and it was very useful. But just a list to all the secretaries and maybe other bodies said, these are the people that we have that died and or were suspended, and just communicate that each year after the annual reports come in.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
What I can tell you is with the York Rite database, when you die in chapter, you die in council. It's immediate. If you're suspended by chapter action or lodge action in chapter, you are suspended in council also automatically. The council doesn't automatically know it, now that I think of it, but on the grand jurisdiction level, it works. And in recent years, I've been sharing this information with Chris, and Chris and I spent a long day going through these, reconciling our reports of changes in status, so that we went through all those people that were dead, suspended by lodge, demitted, and it left Chris a number of touch points where he had to go back to the local commanderies and say, okay, this is the report from chapter and council. This guy is not in good standing in his chapter or his council. What are you doing with him? Or have you done anything with him? So we are making an effort to coordinate those things. Going forward, Bill and I will be sharing the York Rite database, probably on some cloud-based platform like Dropbox or whatever we can find to do it in, so that when Bill will make changes in the database, I will have access to them when I do a query and say, show me everybody in this council that is in good standing. Those people who are recently suspended won't show up. They'll be noted as not in good standing. So I hope that's in some way comforting. But the only body that is linked into the York Rite database, quite understandably, is the Council of Anointed High Priest, because it's part of the grand chapter's information. It is the past high priest of the grand chapter. But of all the other bodies, like the college, and the things that are in the allied Masonic degrees, I think we would be glad to help, but you don't have a statewide secretary to deal with. You have local secretaries. But most of those organizations are limited to like 27 members or something. Some of them are quite small. I think Bill and I would be glad to help with current status if you need that kind of information, or if you've got a MIA individual, we're glad to help.
I see two other hands up. Raymond, Denmark.
Yes. Yes, Bruce.
You got your hand up?
I had it up earlier, but I got my point across.
How about you, Dan?
Yes, I had a question. As we're dealing with the databases and the membership system, and this also pertains to minutes for the meetings. Do we need to keep a paper backup as well as an electronic backup?
4 minutes?
For minutes, for
I would say, yeah.
Okay. So
I would, for minutes, definitely, there should, there's a, oh, I can't reach it from where I am. There's a, if you go out onto Amazon and if you put in minutes book, there's this wonderful binder, and I believe it goes about $120 right now. And you can buy filler pages that are, it isn't a round hole binder, it's a square hole binder, and it has acid-free paper in it. That's a wonderful minute book. It's a professional minutes book. It's available in letter and legal size, and it's meant for keeping records in perpetuity. But you can do this with a regular binder too. I would suggest getting plain paper and having it drilled or punched, or getting the paper that has a mylar edge to it, so the pages don't tear out. And you can print your minutes to that. But there really should be a hard record of the minutes. Right now, the minutes or proceedings of the Grand Chapter and the Grand Council are being kept on our web page. So for the last 10 years or so, you can go back and look at our proceedings.
Yeah, because
your membership. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, because in the Blue Lodge, I'm secretary in the Blue Lodge, and we have the membership manager that we can upload the minutes to, and there's a perpetual record form forever there in the membership manager. That's why I wanted to, make sure that we needed a paper backup here, because we really don't have a place electronically to store, I guess, our minutes here in the York Rite.
Question.
There is a slight difference between the Grand Lodge of Maryland and the York Rite. Their budget is around $5 million a year. Ours is about $1.98.
I understand.
Dan Brewer had a question, I think.
Got one question for you, Vern. With everything that I've inherited, what else should we keep a paper copy of other than the minutes? The petitions that come in, I would guess we should keep those on file, as well as electronic. But what other records should I not dispose of?
I would only keep
I
the
would not
petitions while they're active. I don't see any reasons in keeping a petition file unless you happen to be sentimental about having those kind of documents around. The paper records, I think there are some requirements on the financial side for keeping bookkeeping records that you and the treasurer have to work out about your banking records and whatnot.
Right.
I would recommend at least once a year printing down your membership records, because there is that terrible accident or tragedy which may befall you where your cat walks across your keyboard right as you're about to hit save and it hits delete for you, and suddenly everything you've done for the last 15 years is erased.
Right.
So, and in those horrible moments, you have to go back and type in, unless you have the, let me see if I can find mine. This is my 4 terabyte external hard drive.
Yep.
I keep everything in here. So, unfortunately, it's not plugged in at the moment. But I only plug it in when I'm saving. After I've saved, I unplug it, so it can't be intruded on. This also deals with the issue of integrity and safeguarding the information.
Sure.
But let me think more on what might be permanent records or things that you would. I always wonder what happens when somebody calls you up on the phone and says, why don't you have a hard copy of this? And those are embarrassing questions every once in a while. But sometimes the answer is going to be, I don't need one because I have a digital copy. And like John Austin says, I keep all the checks that come into the Grand Chapter now for the last several years. I photocopied them and I save them to the chapter from which they came or the council for which they came. So when you send me your payments, I save those digitally.
Right.
And for those of you who have seen these before, these are the proceedings for the preceding year and all the annual reports in one binder.
Right.
This is 2019. And Bill Epic is going to get a big box of these.
Yikes.
Go for the
Oh.
purple, Bill.
But that's the only copy of that. I
Right.
have them digitally. And I can send the digital copies to Bill. But
He does.
So I
They're on the website.
I do the annual reports, those should be kept because Bob Lumbert is a great example. Every once in a while, Bob has to strike me across the head and remind me that something he reported to me 2 years ago doesn't seem to have been inputted correctly. And someone that he's added to the list or deleted from the list may be present or not present. And I can go back and verify that he did it. And for some reason, the input I didn't hold.
Right.
So keep your annual reports are an official record. So I would keep them forever. That's a forever document.
Okay.
Any other
refer back on these annuals quite a lot. I refer
Pardon me?
back to annual reports that my predecessor, Tom Highmiller, wrote.
Right.
What went on when such and such an amendment was passed or failed. And that's all in that annual report.
Sure.
Your annual report should also have other things that happened. So say when you had your annual meeting, anything that happened additionally other than the report or more than a report should be added to your annual, which is as Vern says, it maintains record.
Bill, I guess we drifted into talking about the annual report. Well, that's class 3, item 4. We just sort of wound up there.
Sorry about that.
So I'm going to go back into a little bit more structure here. The annual report has 4 or 5 really important kinds of information. The front page has the organizational information, the name of the organization, so I know whose report it is, where you're meeting, where the mailing address is, the date and time of your typical meeting, your elected officers, and I think we're about, one of the changes, Bill, that we may be adding to the front sheet is adding treasurers. Because we found that if we lose a secretary, there's some information we can only get from a treasurer at that point. And that's the general content and contact information we need. The second page behind that is the past presiding officers. There's a real specific reason why that's on the annual report. Those are the voting members of the grand body. And this is your official statement to the grand recorder and the grand secretary that these are the people who are eligible under the Constitution to vote from your body. In chapter and council, this is only meant for people who claim that as your mother chapter or council. You shouldn't be listing, if you want to list plurals, put them at the bottom someplace and note them as plural from another chapter or what chapter they're from. But the first section of that list should only be those people who have voting privileges in the grand body. And for me, it's easier if you just keep them in alphabetical order. My predecessor kept them in chronological order, but my computer doesn't really deal with chronological orders too well. The next section is newly admitted members, exalted or greeted. We ask for the GLMMS numbers, their full name. I'm asking whether I'm starting to track whether people are past masters or not. It's getting to be useful information to find out who has skills, and knowing whether someone's a past master is a dreadful indication of whether we're going to go after you and ask you to do something for us. The post office mailing address, email address, phone number, and the date of their change of status becoming members. Exaltation or greeting. We have a section for, actually in the same section, we deal with newly affiliated members either by dual membership. I don't need to know about plurals, but I'm happy to track that for you. If you've gotten someone, like me, I've joined the Denton bodies. They now, my primary membership is still Druid, but I now show my chapter 2 is Edenton and chapter 3 is Adoniram. If you have reinstatements, those also show. If you've been diligent and brought somebody back from suspensions or demits, just give me those. Those are increases in your overall membership. Those are important. Changed in status. There's deaths, suspensions by the body, suspensions by lodge. Suspension by lodge is really important because once the lodge has suspended someone, they are automatically suspended in everything else, and we can't begin to reinstate them in York Rite until we clear them from their lodge suspension first. And that's a GLMS thing. Sometimes it might mean actually going back to the lodge secretary or to the grand secretary of the grand lodge and saying, where's John Smith now? And, I showed he was suspended. His record isn't clear, and that happens every once in a while. Or if you see someone was hit with a definite suspension 2 years ago for 1 year, and the record still isn't clear, you might have to, and they're applying for reinstatement, you may need to get clarification from the Grand Lodge. Most of the time, Masonry is really simple and pretty logical. Sometimes it gets technical, and when it does, don't get angry about it. It's just sometimes we have to really get good at what we do. There's a place in the report to list plural members, and that's neat just to track who they are. If you have people, remission of dues we need to know who's being remitted and why. If your chapter chooses to remit, one chapter chose to remit its past high priest. Not a good practice, I think, but they did it. But that doesn't exclude them from paying grand chapter dues, assessments on those people. They have to pay it. They don't have an exemption because they were past high priest. But if they were clergy, and at certain times we've remitted deployed military, or those people who are confined to medical care facilities, we've remitted those people. So you have to give us that information. Some of those people are actually remitted also to the general grand body. So if you share that information with us, we're in good shape. And for Bob Lumbert, if you have perpetual members, those people who have gone to the General Grand Chapter or the General Grand Council and purchased a lifetime membership, you get to exempt their annual General Grand assessment. And those are different in the two bodies. One is $3.50 and one is $3, I think. So that's how much of the annual dues goes to our General Grand bodies. There's a section in there for change of addresses for obvious reasons. And the last thing is the tabulation page. The tabulation page is where the rubber meets the road. You start with, it's like balancing a checkbook. You start with the last year's balance, the number of members, you add the new members and reinstated. So you subtract those who've died or otherwise left the organization. You get to the new number. You subtract out those people who are remitted, and you come to the new number that's billable. You multiply that by the assessment. You remove those people who have lifetime affiliation or membership things, and you come to the new billable amount. That's the same in chapter and council. I guess I'm going to soon see what the annual report is for the commandery. But as of yet, I'm blessedly ignorant. But that's what the annual report does. I would strongly suggest for secretaries and recorders, start doing your annual report in May or June. Everybody who's going to join will have joined. You know what the elections are. You know who your past presiding officer. The front 8 pages are doable. They're done. The only thing that you may need to do is wait for the deaths. You know who's been suspended or coming up on suspension. You can get that report done so that when you hit September 1, it can be mailed. The reports have to be processed before we can do your dues card. So when you hit September 1 and you start asking for your dues cards, the response is always going to be, I can't do it till you give me your annual report. And the annual report includes the checks. So if you know you've got to have to supply checks with your annual report, make arrangements with your grand treasurer and your presiding officers to get the checks as early as possible. And, I wouldn't even wait for a meeting. I would work it up in your body that this is part of those dues that come, those payments that are due before your body may meet in September. You have to pay your assessments. So I think I beat the annual reports pretty much to death. Any questions on Keith? Keith?
There we go. Okay, so what, being an annual report, most of it, like for financial, it's, January 1 through whatever and things like that. For this annual report that you're talking about, what's the actual time frame? Because elected officers change. So do we put both? I just want clarification on time frame of what we're talking about for the actual annual report.
All right. I believe that the chapter and council, the annual report goes from September 1 to August 31st. The commander, I think, has a different time period.
It
The
does.
chapters and councils are required to elect their officers in March, install them pretty much by June. So that's known information for the report that's ends as of August 31st. So you have all that data. So far, we don't have an annual financial report. The local bodies and chapter and council have a different year than the than the grand bodies. The grand bodies go from November 1 to October 31st, because there is a lag between the annual reports of the local bodies and when we shut down for the grand bodies. So we get all those change of status things in. And Keith, if you have any other questions about these reports, if you can grab my my email address, I'm on contact through the website, and Bill will have the same stuff available. The annual reports are available in their tuned up format on the website. We've done a lot of work at trying to make these generate less paper for pages that aren't required anymore, or you don't have data put in them. We're trying to lessen that down, but and we've been making it a lot more friendly, so it's fillable right from the website. I think you can almost fill them. You can bring it into your computer and start filling in it right there. You don't have to do these by hand. Hand-filled reports are just awful to read, because we all have. Some of you were not taught to write by nuns. I'll just put it that way. And this isn't going to get better with the crowd that didn't get cursive writing instructions in school. Any other questions?
Oh, Thad has his hand.
Thad has.
Okay.
So
Yep, unmute.
sorry. And anyone that's a member of Hiram Council knows this past year, I sent out a request for updated information, and I received of all the ones I received, I have about over half to 3/4 of information I'm going to be updating. And Vernon, there's never enough space on the annual report for my data that I have to pass to you. I run out of space very quickly. So in the past, I just started sending you an updated copy of my membership report as part of my annual report, because it's easier to pass it along that way versus try to hand fill it all in there, especially with that many changes. Is that sufficient, or you want it a different way?
I think if you send me a spreadsheet or an extraction from your if you're running a spreadsheet and you have an update column, a date for updates, and you're sitting down saying, well, everything after this date is a membership change, so I'm going to sort by that date, and I'm going to send Vernon, these are the current addresses for these people. So I'm not looking at 283 people trying to figure out which of them are new and which of them aren't. Some of you guys send me color-coded reports, and that's hard to follow because I don't understand or can't keep track of what's new, what isn't, who's died, who didn't. If you just say, these are guys that are reported as dead. I mean, deaths have to be reported separately, but address changes aren't things that affect the tabulation page. You can always send me an address change in a spreadsheet or.
Okay, because that is one of the things on there that's on the annual report is address change updates as well. And that's why I was asking the question. I'll add that additional field in my data, my spreadsheet for the last updated entry. So that way I can just send you all of it and you can sort based upon that dated column and you can see the changes. Yep. And that way you also have the historical changes as well.
If you have a column that you call address change date and put a date in that those changes were done, you can do that exactly. Okay. I mean, if you want it with a grasshopper that keeps changing every year, you'll only have his last change because you won't want to have. You would require too many columns to track historical stuff. You only can keep current data. So, if you have a lot of changes, just put a note in the form that says see attached list. And if you add that to your annual report, it gives me a chance to go back and make sure I caught all of your changes.
Okay, I will. I'll do that.
Okay. Everybody else go on?
Any other questions for Vern? All right, I'm going to turn over for Chris for the last two things.
Ooh. Before I start on my thing, regarding the commandery, our annual report date goes from January 1st to December the 31st. So any data you need to change, you better do it before the 31st. And then when you run your annual report, as you should be doing it now, it'll give you all that information and whatnot. Does that help you, that question, Keith?
Well, again, does that mean we have to list, if we change officers, we have to list two different, commanders, two different, whoever is
No,
officers?
that changes over after your election. Whenever you traditionally commandery holds elections in March, and then the following month, April, we can hold installations. Sometimes we wait until May. We're a little different off from the chapter and council than that.
Correct, but if we're going January to December, there will be possibly two commanders in that time frame, is what I'm getting at. So when I'm listing commanders on that front page, or sorry, elected officers on the report, there would be two names for certain officers.
Shouldn't be. I'll get with you after all this.
Okay.
We can hash it out like we normally do.
Right.
I'll try.
It sounds like what you're saying is that you list only the current officer at the time you file this. Is that correct?
Keith.
It was
Ray just asked something.
Yeah.
I think he was asking you, Chris, not me.
Actually, it's for both of you that it seems like, Chris, you're what we need to file on our annual reports is the name of the current officers at the time the report is filed.
Correct.
Okay.
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 And don't forget is when you and I find this periodically is when you elect a new commander, make sure you change the current commander's status from commander to past commander, because that's one thing that sometimes we have to change for voting delegates. All right, moving right along, I have 6 through 9, which is why do we need minutes? Insurance, what to do if you have a claim, and preparing a replacement. Do you need an assistant? Why do we need minutes? Well, actually, we really don't need minutes. I mean, we really don't need to sit there and have confusion in the meeting room as to what happened the previous meeting. No big deal. You need meetings, minutes for your meetings. Say we just had an election and the next time we met, we cannot remember who sits in what chair. In James F. Allen, King Solomon, and Montgomery, we use a pie plate for that. We always write. It's a traditional joke in Montgomery, York, that we use a pie plate to write all the officers' name down. You stick that in the minutes. But what do you need minutes for? A host of things. Somewhere, say a year or two from now, you need to reference, hey, so-and-so proposed an amendment. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Well, here, let's go back to the minutes. Flip back to the minutes, and you can find where so-and-so had proposed an amendment, and there it is. It's written out. Minutes also tell you who did and didn't show up for a meeting. Minutes hold agendas. Something that might happen, like Pat Curtis passed away, and we need to drape the commandery altars in black. So Pat Curtis passed away. Jim Frock passed away. You know, sort of that sort of stuff gets added. Minutes also, the treasurer has a report or has something, so he will say it, and you need to add that into the minutes. So what minutes are is a record of that meeting. So you can reference back to it at any time. I think we're all pretty familiar with that. Insurance. What do you do if you have a claim? My best advice is have Ron Block number on your speed dial. Contact Ron Block. Ron Block is the insurance agent for all of us. In fact, I think quite a lot of things in Grand Lodge as well. If you have a claim, contact Ron Block or his office. Southern Maryland Insurance has several Masons, including past Grand Master and Commander Kenneth Weibel. Ron Block's in that. Contacting either one of them for insurance claims, they'll tell you what you need from there. So preparing a replacement. Do you need an assistant? Actually, we all do. If I open the door right now, I can hear the crickets getting louder for commandery. We haven't been able to find an adequate assistant for me, the Grand Recorder. My hat's off to Grand Secretary Vern, who is training his replacement, and quite shortly will take over, allowing Vern to move to be Grand Recorder of Council. Actually, I cannot see a recorder or secretary's position without Vern in it. When I started my journey in 2001 in the York Rite, Vern was there. The only thing that seems to have changed on Vern is he's gotten a lot smarter, a lot wiser, and that beard has turned very white. Used to be dark. I remember the dark. So that's on you, Bill. You get to grow a beard now. Preparing a replacement. If you're preparing a replacement, your replacement should be able to do everything you are now currently doing. Tom Highmiller, who was my predecessor, trained me in a lot of things, and I've learned a lot more since then. So we're not infallible and we're not indispensable. None of us are. If what started in the commandery with having an assistant Grand Recorder, which I took over, Tom Highmiller had suffered a hemorrhagic stroke. Can't drive anymore, can't get out. So he needed a replacement. So then Grand
Come on,
Commander
Chris.
Spears Treckless looked around for an assistant grand recorder and eventually set it on me. And I will be honest, I was not first choice. I was down the list somewhat, but I was the only one that ended up taking it. I will assume that I did a good job by both, and I'm assuming that I'm doing a good job from my current Grand Commander. Leastwise, he hadn't tried to have me assassinated yet. So, do you need an assistant? Yeah. Patrick Stangler. Patrick is currently being the assistant over in Cumberland, and I've helped him a bit. Vern's helped him a lot, and I think he's doing a bang up job. A lot of you are doing bang up jobs. You know, Bill Baldwin. Bill, you're like a fixture. You've been there forever. You need a replacement. I do know that Dennis Breckus is finally training a replacement for the Frederick York Rite. We all have replacements. Right now, our Right Eminent Grand Commander Charles Warren is training his replacement, and that's Deputy Grand Commander John Austin. A lot of us are trained replacements. We're finally in Montgomery York able to have finally 3 separate secretaries. We have Hank Griffin taking over our chapter as he eased into the position. Carl Swanson is taking over next month as our recorder for council, and I will of course remain recorder for commandery. But that makes it a lot easier. Brother John Austin is basically the treasurer for all 3 bodies, though he can't use that official title, being high priest. But those of us in the know that John Austin has done a bang up job. I know most of you because I deal with you, and y'all doing a pretty good jobs. I mean, from Thad to Mike, Keith, Bill, Raphael. My hat's off to you. Being secretaries and recorders is not an easy job. If it was an easy job, more of us would do it. Any questions?
Not appearing. I'd like to take this time to introduce the eminent commander, Charles Warrens, for any comments on behalf of the Grand Commandery.
Unmute, boss. You're still muted.
Still muted.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. First of all, I want to yield 10 seconds of my time just to have a moment of silence for Pat Curtis and Jim Frock, 2 very important people in York Rite of Maryland. And they obviously, everyone knows they passed away in the past couple of weeks. So if we could, I would appreciate that. Okay, we'll miss both of those guys. I didn't know that I was training John Austin to be a Grand Commander. I think John probably was ready to go at any time. So I have confidence in John. I would like to ask Chris and Vern, make a suggestion to them. We talked very early on about schedules and when things were supposed to be done. is there any way we could develop a section of the website that showed the things that are normal scheduled items, like the semi-annuals and like when the election should be done and those kind of things, and put those on the block in the website? Maybe the two of you could conjure up all of those things that need to be done, because I know a lot of times I am wondering whether I should be planning for something that needs to be done. So that's a suggestion that I might give to you. For the recorders, and I guess it would follow for the secretaries too, but to me, the most important activity that the recorders have, and the most important records that they have to maintain, are the addresses, mailing addresses, email addresses, and phone numbers for our members. We had some initiatives in the Grand Commandery in the fall and the middle of the summer that really the biggest impediment that we had to getting these off the ground was being able to communicate with our members. So I think it's important to get all that information when these people become candidates for either the chapter, the council, or the commandery. And also, this is something that we did with Crusade Commandery, and I recommended to the recorders when in my first year of being a Grand Commander. We should have a specific request, and not just a line that they fill in, but a specific request for those 3 pieces of information on the dues notice each year. So I think that that's something that the recorders and the secretaries ought to be doing. Let me see, I got one more note here. Oh, is Vernon and talked about when we have deaths or people are suspended or changes. Is there a specific form that Vernon and Chris have or should have that is easy for a recorder or a secretary to make a change, so that you guys don't have to spend the crazy amount of time you spent this past year and a half updating our MMS for the commandery and the records that Vernon updated? I mean, I know those two guys spent a crazy amount of time trying to get our records straight, and if it was done by some kind of form or something that could go into the website, the York Rite website, to make it easy for the recorders to do that automatically when those things happen, I think we might not get into a situation where we're losing track of what of the information that we really need. Thank everybody. Thank my recorders for being here, the treasurers for your commanderies. This is important, and I think this needs to be done every year. Thanks for putting it together, guys. Can't hear you, Bill.
Thank you for your response. Just to let you know that on the website, there is a calendar that Dan Brewer has been trying to keep updated with some of the events that go on during the year. And I'm pretty sure we could probably, with Dan, put on things such as March is coming up on the calendar, highlighted this is election time, or or annual reports are due, just that always constantly appears on that calendar. But I took a note. We'll see what we can do with your suggestion about updates or a schedule outside of the calendar. Moving on, we're now into back to the treasurers, and I believe John Lister is up first.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going to try and cover a few things here about treasurer's responsibilities and computer programs that are available. Talk about banking, signatures, and commingling funds. I'm going to share some screens with you that I had done a previous PowerPoint for one of the previous classes. So I'll just sort of pick up here and see what happens. Talking about methods for the treasurers, there are lots of different ways to do everything that we try to do. One of the things that I would say, Dan Brewer, I think, is dealing with some of that stubby pencil columnar pan type thing. Excuse me, guys. So there is a way, depending on the chapter and how big it is and what they're doing. You can do it in stubby pencil, but it's not smart. It doesn't give you good reporting or anything like that. The low tech thing you could do is to go with a spreadsheet type thing that I showed you earlier, where do a spreadsheet where you can actually do the receipts. You can also do your expenses in a spreadsheet. And again, you have your different categories for what you're expending. But again, although it's accurate and it's somewhat smart, it's not necessarily going to give you the reporting that you want in such a fashion that it's clearly understandable. But you can get it done. It's not a matter of not being able to keep the records and be accurate as far as what's come in and what's gone out. If you want to go a little bit further in the way of technology, then you can go with beyond spreadsheets, and you can go with something like Quicken. And I've got here a screenshot out of Quicken. Actually, this is the Grand Chapters account. So you can see the treasurer's account and the Ross Van Sant account. And then we have an M&T account that we use for doing some business. One of the reasons for that, one of the things that Morgan Stanley is not real good about, they do not accept cash. I don't know why, but they don't accept cash. I guess it's part of the federal regulations now, whatever it is, but I needed a place to put cash. Not that we get lots of it, but we do get some. So we opened up a M&T checking account so I could deposit cash for Grand Chapter. I was not comfortable taking cash and depositing it into my account, writing a check and back into the Grand Chapter account. I wanted to be able to take that and show it as this is what I got from the secretary or from the committee chairman, and this is where it was deposited. So that's a way to do that. You can in Quicken keep your holdings and investments in there. It's a good system, and it works very well for us. If you really want to do the whole ball of wax, then you can go on to QuickBooks. QuickBooks is a full-blown accounting system that you can do pretty much anything you want to do. Keep inventory, pay employees. Not that we have those, but you can do all that. And it's really a truly a full accounting system. And you can do just about anything you want to do with it. This is just a sample file that they give you when you go to QuickBooks. And I would take a minute here to say to everybody, let me go back to my presentation. That you can go through these different levels of technology and how to use them. One of the things that would, in my mind, would say, this is what you want to do, is talk about, for just a minute, about the two types of accounting. There is a cash basis and an accrual basis. Unless you're really a full business licensed and all that, you'll probably be doing accrual basis. But what we're doing right now is cash basis. Cash basis is very simply one entry into the accounting system. If you get in, $1,700 for assessments, it goes in as a deposit to the bank account, and it goes in as having income received in assessments. When you get into accrual basis, you have two entries for everything you do. An example of that would be like our insurance that we have set up. The insurance for all York Rite is, I'm going to use round numbers, $3,400. When we figured it out, it came out to be like $1,700 for each of the three grant bodies. Well, in accrual system, you would put that in for, one of the bodies is $1,700, and you would put it in as $1,700 for insurance, and then you would put it in as something that was paid but not used yet. And then as you go through the year, and they actually use that insurance, that funds for the insurance, it would be charged every month to that account. It's a little bit more intense, but yeah, you can do it. Moving on, do not commingle funds. This is a problem we have had in past years. When I get checks in from the Grand Secretary, and one body is paying the bill to the Grand Chapter for a different body, like a council paying for a chapter or whatever it is. We run into the problem of, first, I can't deposit the check to Morgan Stanley because it's a third-party check. They don't accept them. It's also creating issues in the different bodies. Some of the things we have heard or seen is things like three bodies at one location, and they pick up the chapter has an account, the council has an account, the commandery has an account, and then there's a fourth account that receives all the membership payments, and then they have to try to split that between the different bodies. It just doesn't work out well, and it can cause problems. We've had somebody in a body complain because the funds for the three bodies are commingled, and they think that the other body is spending too much money. And then you go to the other body, and the guy says, I have 100 accountants working for me to do audits, and I can tell you we're not overspending money. So it creates conflict and contention, and that's really not something we don't need. Excuse me. Okay. One of the things that we did not talk about earlier when we were talking about budgeting is setting up a chart of accounts. And that chart of accounts would be for income and expenses. This happens to come out of the grand chapter chart of accounts. But you get the idea of what those accounts would be to record either income or expenses. I showed you this a little bit earlier. That's that spreadsheet for recording deposits. It's there again for anybody who wants to look at it. Secretary should provide warrants for checks to be written, and it should be signed by him and or the high priest or the other presiding officers. The use of 2 signature checks. One of the things you need to do is check your bylaws to find out whether or not it's required by your bylaws. I know in the grand chapter it is. I would also tell you that, you know, we're all human and we do make mistakes. So I fully endorse the use of 2 signature checks because I make mistakes and I really made some buttes. And when somebody else has to sign the check, it's just that. It's a double check to say, hey, you did it right. No, you didn't do it right. Whatever the issue is. We do on occasion write single signature checks, but we do it with the permission of the Grand High Priest in Grand Chapter. And I think you ought to do it with the High Priest or presiding officer in your bodies. Talked about all that. Talked about the commingling of funds. I think those are the ones I needed to cover, Bill.
Yeah.
Any questions? No questions?
Any questions or anything? Because if not, we'll move right.
Yeah,
to-
Mike Robbins. Yeah,
Okay.
Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things you noted in your diagram there is designated and non-designated funds. Can you explain
Yes.
or give me an example of those?
Sure. Non-designated funds would be something that is in your budget as an expected expense, and it's budgeted for.
Okay.
A designated fund would be something that would come forward if somebody were to say to you, I'm going to donate you $2,000. It is for this purpose, like a grant or something like that, or donation. And it's expected that that money is spent on that issue, that project. Those are designated funds.
Okay.
Can I add another example here, John?
Sure.
I'll keep it in with Hiram, but, and this goes on with what you had on one of your recent slides, to encourage donations to our charities. If you include on the dues statement, a line where they can either have a number pre-printed or write in an optional payment. So what we do is if, like for Hiram, we frequently get $5 contributions to CMMRF along with the dues payment. So using the spreadsheet like you've got, I've got a column for CMMRF collections. So if I get a $30 check, $25 goes in the dues column, $5 goes in the CMMRF column. Well, that $5 is not Hiram Council's money. That's CMMRF's money. So that's a dedicated fund. So I carry that total down. And then every September, when we do our annual returns, I wipe out that account. Whatever that balance is, we write the check so that it goes in with the annual return, and we zero out the collections for CMMRF. And since I keep the financial records on a calendar year, if we get collections in October, November, and December with CMMRF collections, that carries over into the following year. So, but that money, since it was designated by the donor, was for a specific purpose, we have to keep track of it separately and make sure we use it the way it's intended.
Good point. I know in my lodge, we have placed on the due statement for people to contribute to the holding temple for the corporation for repairs to the building. Those are designated funds. They go to the holding corporation for use of whatever it is they're doing, unless they specify a particular project that they're doing. And that's the difference between undesignated and designated. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a
Chuck, you have a
question.
hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to remind the recorders, the treasurers for the commanderies, Grand Commander Treklas, 3.5 years ago, put an order out that we were not allowed to commingle funds with the other two groups. And I never rescinded that, and I wouldn't rescind that. So it's just a reminder that that order still stands, and anybody that's still commingling them needs to get it squared away. It's been a serious problem trying to straighten it out when you do try to separate the funds, but it's got to be done, and there's good reason for it, as John mentioned. John, just a question for you. I haven't opened a checking account either for a business or for an organization for a while. What are they asking for? Because Monumental Crusade is considering opening a different checking account right now. And I just want to know what to be prepared for when I go to the bank.
Take all your forms of identification, your firstborn, and anything else you think they may want, because they will ask for it. Seriously, Chuck, it really boils down to the federal regulations and all that. I can't tell you.
Are they going to ask for charters and all that kind of stuff?
They're going to ask you for EIN numbers. They're going to ask you for all kinds of things. Vernon, are you still here? I don't think so. Oh, there you are, Vernon.
There are many points of view about whether I'm still here or not.
When we opened that M&T Bank account, there were a number of things we had to supply them, right?
Yeah, and that was 1 or 2 generations back. I think Randy Watson is better equipped to respond, because he's been dealing with that both for commanderies, and he dealt with that when he was Grand Treasurer of the Grand Lodge. Randy, what do we? There's both federal and state paperwork now, isn't there?
Yes, and most recently I did UCCV, and again, yes, it's just as been said. You need a copy of your charter. You need a copy of your bylaws. You need a copy of the minutes designating your officers.
Right.
Then your EIN to put it in, and every individual who's going to be a signator on the account, depending on the bank, but generally the ones I've been dealing with, they all have to be in the room together at the same time. With a passport is the best, but a driver's license and your address, all sorts of identification. So it is not an easy thing to open. And I think John Austin had his hand up. I know you all been doing some things down Montgomery County. Had any different experience?
Well, I was just going to say most of the things that you just said, but we've been working on this actually for a couple of years, and it took a long time to assemble all the required things. And I really want to thank Vernon at this point, because he was able to help us get copies of our charters, which are currently misplaced. We can't find them. So we've gotten copies of our charters. He also provided us with a letter from the Grand Chapter and Grand Council identifying us with, the heading and all that kind of stuff. And So like the EIN, the 990, the charter, the bylaws, the minutes, the signators, the personal identification, and a couple of other things. And the information had to be so precise, it had to match the minutes, title had to match the charter and the bylaws. And in fact, the letter that Vernon sent, everything had to match. Or the bank, kept coming back at us saying, hey, this is, and identifying who was able to open an account. That was very difficult because our bylaws don't state that. So we had to have a couple of meetings where we identified me personally as the guy that could open these new accounts. Fortunately, that's all done, but it took a long time.
We went through something similar a couple of years ago too, where we had 3 people on an account, 2 of which were deceased and 1 was restricted to a wheelchair. And to move the things over to the current officers, it was, as Randy was saying, copy of the current minutes showing a copy, that showed who the elected officers were, copy of the bylaws, our driver's license and all that stuff that we had to go there, show them, and we still had to get the person in the wheelchair to the bank one day before it could all be changed over.
Yeah, Chuck, it is a real pain in the, what? I know I'm looking forward to this year because I got to change all the signatories on the grand chapter accounts because Vernon's dropping off. We got to put Bill on, and then we're going to change officers again. And I have a local foundation up here that I do work for, and we're going to have to do the same thing there. And it's really a pain because you have to have all the information, the minutes that say we're doing this and who the officers are going to be. And it's a real pain. Be prepared.
Okay. Anything else?
The only other thing
The
only other thing I wanted to mention was, and because of all the issues with the signatories and all that, you guys need to make sure you have your stuff lined up, because otherwise people like Dan Brewer, who's taken over for Pat and some of that, there's going to be a mess there to clean up, and it's going to take you a while to do it. Good luck.
One thing it did point out, it shows you how important to keep minutes are and how important it is to keep some records, because it's going to come back to haunt you if you don't have it. Anything else for John Lister? Okay. John Refine is up next. Do you want me to go ahead and put that screen share up?
Sure, go ahead. It's better than looking at me. Go ahead, let's do that. Okay, John and I split up question 4, so I have the last few parts of that. The first question is, why is the IRS 990, why is it important to file each year? That's already been touched on, but there are some additional points that I'd like to add to that. First of all, obviously, it's legally required for nonprofits to maintain your nonprofit status. Your nonprofit status is revoked if you fail to file for 3 consecutive years. So you can miss some years in between, just so long as you don't hit 3 years that you don't file. That will revoke you. You can, if you miss 18 and 19 and you pay in 20, you're good. So yeah, it's the important thing with that is that, as we've mentioned today about different officers asking for copies of the filing status and stuff. It's important to keep track of that every year, because some of us assume it's done and it may not have been done. And like I said, once you get hit with this third year, you know, it's 3 strikes and you're out, as I like to refer to it, then it's too late. You should always I would ask for a copy of the filing status that they receive when they file their application. They can also print a screen that shows when your 990N has been accepted. It's a good idea to take a screenshot of that and print it out and keep it. What can happen is years later, if you fail to file for 1 year and that triggers that kind of cascades back to the previous year, you're going to receive a notice from IRS saying you didn't let's say you didn't file for 2019, and they'll give you 10 days or 2 weeks to submit proof that you filed for 19. After you get that, you're likely to get something again later for 2018 saying you didn't file for 18, because they're hitting those 3-year increments. So once you receive that letter, you have to prove that you didn't. They don't have to prove that you. I mean, you have to prove that you filed. They don't have to prove that you didn't. And the only way that you're going to be able to really prove that is either you followed 990, you have copies of that form, or you have copies of these screen prints. Also, IRS changed systems of 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and there's going to be problems between the new system. They're not going to be able to access the old system. So it's better to keep copies of anything that you deal with IRS. Always have a copy. I think I covered that. Another thing that the 990 or the 990N or the annual filings do is that gives you the opportunity to update the record, your record showing the person who's responsible for your tax information. What IRS will, I'll give you a good example. Ed Foreman was on an account for the chapter, and when I took that over, I called the nonprofit hotline and told them that I had assumed those duties and put that information in. And the weird thing is that they were willing to change the address from Ed's address to my address, but they would not change the name from Ed Foreman to me until that was put on the placed on the 990 filing. So what happens with that is that as secretaries or treasurers change in their positions, if you don't update that contact person for IRS, they're only going to send these letters to the address they have on record. It was probably some man who died 10 or 15 years ago in many cases. And you're not even going to see the notices. And that's why it's good that Randy's presentation showed you how you can go online to check your status if you don't have any statements to see whether or not you're listed as being filed. I don't know if I should wrap up each question individually. What else? Yeah, let's just do that. Are there any questions on that, on the why we need to file before I move on to the next question?
I'll just, it's not really a question, but add in because it just hit me. At the current point, you see, you don't get a reminder to file the 990N. You used to actually get a postcard in the mail. Now it's up to you to remember it and go on and file it. You'll receive no notice from IRS that it's due.
Right. Anything else? Good point, Randy. 5, what if I need an EIN? Which all organizations, businesses, etc., are required to have an EIN. It used to be known as a TIN. Anytime you go to open up any bank or investment account, you're required to provide your EIN. If those of you if there's someone here who doesn't have one, I've included in a handout for today's presentation, I've given you a current link to an IRS website that explains how to go about obtaining one. And there is a online form generator to complete an SS4, which is a request for an EIN. One thing I do want to mention is that along with that request for an EIN, if you find yourself needing one or needing some information on that, first of all, if it involves the commandery, touch base with the Grand Recorder of Maryland, because your exemption is filed under a group exemption and you need to be added in, and he could help you with that process. Internal Revenue will not. Questions about your status, your liability. I've also, in that same handout, I've given you the toll-free number to call their, the group is called IRS Tax Exempt and Government Entities Customer Account Services number, where you can give them a call. Be prepared to wait. I mean, the closer you get to around tax time, it may take 1 to 2 hours to get someone. And for those of us who do handle multiple organizations or multiple entities, unfortunately, when you call, you're only allowed to ask about one. So if you want to call somebody else, you hang up the phone and you get back in line again. They will not allow you to ask a question about anything else. And they will also limit you on the number of questions you can ask at one time. So have everything ready. A thing about the EINs that still comes up, well, it's kind of infrequently now, but it has happened. There are some occasions where some of the organizations that I've handled or I've heard of within New York Rite have been filing under the incorrect EIN. That's happened on at least 2 occasions. At some time in the past, and Vernon can probably help with this better than I can, but there was a point of time where it looks like most of our York Rite bodies actually received 2 different EINs. There was an older group EIN, which may have been, I don't know, like a 23 series number or something, and a lot of those were later changed to a 52 series number. I don't know what actually occurred during that time, but for me working with St. John's chapter, I had that come up where we were hit with for failure to file for one number. And actually that was an older number. And what I had to do is, well, fortunately, I had contacted IRS right after I took over as treasurer of that organization. And I asked for a letter verification of our EIN, which they will do for you. You can just say, I need a letter, of giving me our EIN, and they'll actually send you a letter saying this organization is listed and this is your EIN. It can clear up some confusion later on. And as we've mentioned today, where you go in to open up some of these accounts, I know some of these investments accounts now would actually like to see that letter. So if you have something like that to give them or give the bank, it's quick and easy. Also, if you do not have a determination letter stating that you're a nonprofit, like a lot of these organizations have been grandfathered in because a while ago we didn't have to file 990s or we didn't have to do any tax filing. And as long as you kept your exemptions current, you filed your 999s like you should, you still have that. If you were ever revoked, you have to go back and be formally reinstated. So it's good to have a copy of that letter 948. That's also in the handout, determination letter, and IRS will be able to send that to you. It's also a great idea to have that if you change names. So we've had some mergers of some bodies. Your legal name has changed. It's not a bad idea to go back and ask IRS to give you a fresh letter. It doesn't cost you anything other than your time on the phone, but it can save you some hassle later on, especially if you go to open up an account. You know, Monumental Crusade wants to open up an account. You show them a piece of paper, they're like, "Oh, well, wait a minute, this is for Crusade Commandery. Where's the one for Monumental Crusade?" That's real life kind of things that you're going to get hit with. So the more things you can do to make it easy for you, do them. Does anyone have any questions on that about the EIN?
I can shed some light on the two EIN number thing. When people lost, when the EINs were originally established by Gene Ratz back when this whole thing got started back in the 1990s. And each of the chapters, councils, and commanderies, I believe, were issued that number that began with a 23, which indicated that we were members of a parent organization. As some of the local organizations lost their exempt status and then reapplied for a reinstatement, they were assigned a new number. When they were assigned new numbers, they were not assigned back to the parent organization. They were then their own independent organization, and I think they got a 5200 prefix.
Yeah.
And they don't show up. There's an annual report that the Grand Secretary and the Grand Recorder and Chapter and Council fill out that show all the parent-child relationships that are still intact. And I fill that out annually. So I haven't told Bill about that one yet, but that one's an easy one to do. But that's why if you look back in your paper records, you may see that you have a 2300 number, but that isn't your current number. You have to look at your most recent reports to see what number you're actually operating under.
Okay, thank you. There we got number 6. Anything else? Anyone else? Let's see. I have a limited screen. I don't see any hands. Okay, let's go over some of the investment accounts. Should I have investment accounts? So written, they're an excellent way to generate income and grow your account values. You know, some of us who were around in the older days when we had CDs pulling in 14, 16, 18%, life was good then. And they don't do that anymore. You know, now you're lucky to get 0.1, 0.2. In fact, I've seen some that are 0.01, 0.03%, and they want you to tie it up for 18 months or something. It's so you're not going to offset inflation at those low rates. So, you know, you're not going to, you're actually going to lose money. You know, your value of your money is actually decreasing year after year, even if you don't spend it, just because it's worth less. Important thing about investments or organizations with investments is, you know, you cannot depend upon these investments to, well, for the most part, let's say that you cannot depend upon the investments to pay expenses above your income. You know, some are more reliable than others, but the bottom can fall out of anything and sometimes everything at once. So I know some bodies that I handle, you know, they're, you know, dues are still some ridiculous $15 amount a year because they're, well, we get money on their investment. Yeah, we do, but we're actually, you know, we're actually spending down their value or our organization's value over time by doing that. And I haven't gotten all of them convinced that way, but I'm getting there. There's a couple more when they're gone, we'll be in good shape to raise the dues there. But got to remember that generally, now this is just general, but safer investments usually will provide lower yields. Higher yields or usually incur more risk. Sometimes even just a percent, if you want to go from something like, I don't know, 3% to 4%, the level of risk for that additional percent from 3 to 4 is substantially more than even what you would be at if you would just look at the risk from let's say a 1, 2, or 3% account. It's not an incremental increase. The risk goes up much more drastically for a little more interest than you may realize. So if your organization has some money that they can set aside for a while to try to make some money or or to grow some value, and if you have a sufficient amount that you feel might be worth an investment account, be sure to talk to several different firms before you commit to one. I'm not a financial expert, so I'm not going to go into any real details on this, but it does pay to shop around. I found one organization I handled. It just so happened that one of the members of their commandery was a big shot in with one of these financial companies, and they got it set up on a minimal investment account where we could have maybe 5 or 6 different investments, and we're not paying any funds at all. We're not paying any kind of expense money at all on that account. They're doing it for us gratis because we are a nonprofit. I'm sure that person had a lot to do with it, but again, we wouldn't have known unless we checked around. Investment accounts, just like any account, but even more so, you need to monitor these things really frequently. I mean, things can change in the stock market. I mean, many times during a day. So some of these higher paying investments are something you're going to really need to keep a close eye on. You can't just sit around and wait a year and look at the annual statement and say, oh, wow, look, how come we went down 200,000? That could have happened, within a 2 or 3 day period. Your investments, also with the investment firms, investments are not FDIC insured. Many of the larger firms now have some sort of similar insurance, but they're kind of self-insuring on their own or with a group of these firms. It's not federally insured. To some people, that may make a difference. I looked on spent a little time on the internet last night, just looking for some different investment types that I found, and where was I looking at? Found in site investorjunkie.com that I actually stole some of this from. So this is just what they had to say about it. The safer investments with the higher returns, high dividend stocks, yeah, I need a break. Certificates of deposit, money market funds, U.S. Treasury securities, Treasury inflation protected securities, municipal bonds, and annuities. Well, for most of us, I think for the organizations, annuities probably may not be possible. If anyone knows of that, let me know, but I kind of don't think so. But some of these others are obviously, certificate of deposit. Sometimes if you look around, you can find where some banks need to generate some more income quickly, and they'll give a special higher rate on a CD, maybe for 6 months or 12 months. I think Randy and I found one at a local bank, Capital One Bank, I think was paying. They gave us an 18-month rate that was really attractive. we moved some of their organization's money into that. And when I went back to renew, of course, they were nowhere near that. But there was some, I don't know, was it bankrate.com or something where you could look at it and kind of see some of the higher paying rates on CDs and stuff that are available. So there are ways you just go in and get an idea about, you can do some of your shopping for you and limit where you have to go. So again, we need to you need to spend some time with that. And again, if you don't have a long-term outlook for investments, you probably don't want to get into anything that's going to be at the higher rate of return, more risk, because some of these things, some of these funds will actually are designed so that the funds may actually lose money for maybe 3, but they'll generally make money within a 4-year period. There's different types that you can get, and again, you need to talk to these these companies about what they offer. Go into them with an amount of money that you're willing to invest in your time frame and see what they tell you they can do with it. I know that's what Grand Lodge has done, and I've done similar things too. And you can get quite a difference between checking with 3 or 4 different places. So look around like with anything else. And again, I mentioned this here, but internet browsers are really easy to do. I mean, if you want to, you can type in high CD rates in a browser, and it's going to clip sometimes thousands of hits. You can spend hours looking over it. So use what you have available. It limits your amount of time you have to go visit these affiliate places too. 6. Any questions on the investment kind of things or that we have? In your hands, Bill? I've lost the. Am I up? None, Bill? I'm not hearing anything. I don't know. I must have been blanked out somehow. But anyway, let me see. Number 7, preparing for a replacement. I'm hearing a little bit.
You're there, Dan. You're there.
There. Preparing for a replacement, do I need an assistant? Again, I think as Chris alluded to, everyone should be in a position to have a replacement available. I think I'm going to redo some of what he did, but it's the only way really to be able to train a replacement for you. Something happens to you. I mean, we've mentioned 2 individuals who had a lot of responsibilities, and many York Rite organizations die within two days of each other. When that happens into your body, who's ready to take those positions? Some things that I thought up. Do you know where your financial records are? I mean, a lot of these bodies that I've had, the records were scattered over people's homes, and some we were able to get back, some we weren't. What kind of accounts what are your accounts? What are their numbers? It's going to help you be able to reconstruct these and get the names changed. If you know what they are, you're going to be tough if you don't. Where's the checkbook at? Do you know where your treasurer keeps his checkbook? In case something happens, you can either call his spouse or know where to go in his house to get it. And with that, another thought to think of is that if it's at his residence, are you going to be able to get it? Don Miller, bless his soul, rest his soul. He had a lot of the York Rite body's information in his home. His mind deteriorated to a place where he was thought that we were all hostile to him. We were not allowed to get into his house or go down into his basement to look at his records. He died, and fortunately, I believe it was his granddaughter or something did finally allow Spiros, and I believe it was you, Randy, to go into his house and try to find find some records. You know, the sad thing is that a lot of stuff was on his hard drive that he got rid of, so that we didn't have any of that. And a lot of the ones that he was secretary or treasurer for, we've had to kind of redo the records from scratch after, just based on the bits and pieces we were able to find of somewhere. So, and then that leads into another case that I just wanted to mention something else, is that if the computer is used, do you know the logins and passwords to get into that computer? Again, where is it? Were they doing backups? Do you know where that is? Are there paper copies printed so that if you can't get any of the information that was in the computer, at least you can reconstruct the account? These are things that everybody needs to think about. You know, all the all bodies actually, and any organization needs to think about. You know, we just kind of sit around thinking, oh, well, the secretaries or recorders or treasurers are going to be around and they take care of all of it, and we don't take time to look into it. And then suddenly when they're gone, there's this aha moment. And, you know, don't get in that position. If you can, you know, you can do something about it now, do something. Does anyone else have any questions? I gave you the condensed so we can go to lunch version today. Anything else more specifically you need to address with me, you know, give me a call, shoot me an email, and I'll help you the best I can. Thank you.
All right. Apologize, guys. We're running a little later than I thought. However, we do have two quick presentations and then we'll be done. So we're just going to jump right into that. So companion Colburn.
If I could interrupt, I have to leave. I have a contractor coming to my house. Thank everybody for coming and great information. Have a great day.
Okay. Have a good afternoon, Bob.
Take care, Bob.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm supposed to be doing awards, mergers and forfeitures. I will try and make this as quick as I can here. Let me pull up, hopefully. Why is nobody, oh, wait a minute, here we go. What? Is everybody seeing my desktop? Nope, not yet.
No.
Nope, hang on. Oh, you kidding?
No.
No, I just got the latest operating system on here and I think it canceled out a permission somewhere. Let's see. Yes. Oh, first gotta do this. Hang on a minute. Sorry about this. Okay. And let's see if that worked. Can you see my screen now? Or do I have to reshare? Hang on.
Something's coming up. There we go.
Yeah, but tell you what you want. Hang on. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me move this where it's going to work for me. These are awards you probably chapter level won't be too concerned with, but I want you to know what they are. They're usually handled through the grand chapter. The Ephraim Kirby Award, which I need to turn the other thing on, is for past grand presiding officer. There's only one per year per grand chapter. It's quite the highest honor I believe you can get. There is a Distinguished Service Medal in bronze. You probably see these given out at grand sessions. This is an annual award and cannot be given to any elected presiding officers or past presiding officers. So once you're a Graham presiding officer, you're out of the running for this one. Distinguished Service Medal in silver is anyone can nominate. You would have to go through your grand chapter for that, but anyone can be nominated for this. It's for continuous service. Well, you can read the description, and it's quite an honor to receive that. On our website is listed the members in our region that have received these. There is a Distinguished Service Medal in gold, same thing. And again, we have a list of those receiving that. This award here, surprise, I did not know about this till I was putting this stuff together. I don't know if you knew about this or if this is new, Vern, but I remember you and I having a discussion about something for Newsonoff, and we could have done this, and I didn't realize this existed. So it may be something to keep in mind for the future, because it doesn't have to be someone who's a member of Royal Arch. And they have some lovely plaques that you can give away with this. Vern, do you know of anybody ever getting this in our area?
I wasn't aware of it until you just showed it to me.
Yes. Well, if
I've
you
never
look
seen
at
an
the-
announcement on this.
I know. Let me show you see if this comes up. Yeah. They have these wonderful, somewhere down here after you pick out something, this wonderful plaque that can be awarded with it. So wish we had known about that before. Now, can I get back to where I was? Okay. This one's important, the ritual jewel. I'm going to go over to the requirements for this. Anybody in Royal Arch can earn this, and it's well worth working on. It may take you a couple of years, but the important thing is that you keep a record of your ritual work. There is a form. Basically, what it's saying is for each of these positions, do it. Giving one of these parts is worth this many points. You need to accumulate 12 points to earn the award. There is a form, and again, you can get this off of the General Grand Chapter page by going to awards and following down just like I did to this. And you need someone, a grand officer or a ritual list to grand lecturer to testify or be there when you do these. I believe anyone who's earned it, and Bob Lumbert might be able to back me up on that, can be your attester to it. And so once you do enough to accumulate the 12 points, then you turn this in to the Grand Secretary, and he will take care of seeing that you get the award. It's a great thing to work towards. Like I said, it may take you a couple of years to get it, but it's very nice. We have a number of people, and again, they're listed on our website, who have received that award. This award and the next one you buy. Basically, that's what it works down to. You pay $25, you give them the information for this. I have one, it's a very nice ribbon and medal. They will put your name and rank and the branch of the service that you were in. As long as you're either active, retired, or have an honorable discharge, you send them $25, fill out the form that goes with this, and you'll receive this ribbon that can be worn. The Sweetheart Award is pretty much the same thing. Anyone can give this to their spouse, girlfriend, whoever. Mostly, I think most of the time I've seen it's done through an individual chapter, but actually any member can present this to his wife costs $100. They engrave her name up here. The nice thing is it comes with a magnetic or a pin back. So if she wants to wear it on something that she doesn't want to poke a pin through, not a problem. I will say my wife got hers for some work she did for Concordia chapter over a couple of years with Christmas parties and stuff. I had set up to award it to her when I was high priest at a certain meeting. It got canceled because of the snow. Then we were going to do it a following meeting, and that meeting got canceled due to an ice storm. And then my wife and I were to go to a York Rite function. So I gave it to her and said, you have to wear this. And she said, but I'm not wearing anything red. And so I made her wear it anyway. But that can be given to anyone. Let me see if I can back out of here now. Those are general Grand Chapter awards, 2 of which you purchase, others are earned. If I pull up the right page here and get to somewhere down here, where'd it go? Okay, now I lost my page. Ah, here we go. Grand, nope, wrong one. Get out of there. Grand Chapter individual awards. The Grand High Priest Award. You notice there's some blanks in here. There may be years when it's not given out. This one's pretty much up to the Grand High Priest for that year to decide whether he wants to award it or not, and pretty much up to his justification or who he feels is he wants to give it to. It's very much an individual decision. The Triple Tau is awarded by the Grand Chapter for meritorious service. This is usually done in discussion with a couple of the other Grand Officers or the Grand Secretary or Treasurer who may have people in mind for this, and is more of a group decision. This is really kind of taking the place of the, what's the one, Breastplate Award, because they're pretty much doing the same thing, especially for someone who is currently a high priest or has been. Again, here's a list of people who have received it. It's for meritorious service, doing a special project or something like that. The White Tau Award is a favorite of mine, and it's a little frustrating. It's back when I was, last year when I was Grand High Priest. To give this out, it's to go to someone with like 2 years of service or less who's really come in, hit the ground running, done a lot of stuff and all. But we don't necessarily know about that at the Grand Chapter level. We depend on the high priests of the individual chapters to let us know, hey, I got this new guy to come in. He's already taken a chair. He's done memory work. He's working on this committee. He's doing that and all. As a Grand High Priest, I may not know that. I'm going to go visit you, hopefully at least once a year. And I need to know this so we can get these out, because it's very important we recognize the new members who are jumping in and being active. So you secretaries and treasurers and high priests that are here, let everybody know about this. We love to give more of them out, but we need to hear from the chapters in order to do it. There is a Lifetime Achievement Award. As you would guess, that is for a lifetime of work. That's usually for somebody, usually that is going to an individual who's got everything else and we just don't have anything else to give him. And he's still just as active as he's always been. It's quite an honor to receive that. I refer to that as the Energizer Bunny Award. There is a Banner Chapter Award that is given out to the chapter, usually decided by the top elected grand officers in consultation with the secretary or treasurer. And the secretary will usually have a lot of knowledge in this one as to who's getting the most members, who's doing the most ritual work, who's been going around helping other chapters keep things going. things like that that will determine the banner chapter for the year. I did mention the breastplate award. As I said, that's kind of being overtaken by the Triple Tau Award. You can earn that ritual award, which I talked about, the veteran service, I think, and the sweetheart. That Star Award was new to me, and I think it must have just come out because evidently nobody knew about it. That would be a nice thing for someone like Charles Newsonoff, who has done a lot of jewelry work for us. Yes, we pay for it, but he spends a lot of time working on it and all, and has done that for years and years. And we've been able to take stuff to him and get it done in short order. Or someone like that who's done a lot of work for the Grand Chapter, but he's not a member. That Star Award is something I think should be kept in mind for the future for people outside the organization who contribute a lot to it. That's all I have on awards, if anybody has any questions. Okay. I'm going to.
Bruce,
Yes.
in council, there pretty much is only, at this point, we only have the Ishudi Award, the Cryptic Mason of the Year Award, and the
Order of the
Youth
Sacred Vault.
Award. And then there's the Order of the Sacred Vault. And I believe there is now a ritual award similar to the Grand Lodge's ritual award, General Grand Chapter's ritual award issued by the General Grand Council. I'd have to look at their website to see what and they may also have a Veterans Award also. But I
think they
think
do
those
now.
may be of it.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't even look at the council awards. I'm sorry.
Well, they're just not as important, are they?
That's not true.
Sorry. Well,
all right.
It has been. I mean, that's just where the council has been over the years. And quite frankly, how the council is regarded depends a whole lot on the strength of the leadership of the council and how active the council chooses to be. But I just thought I'd chirp in on the council awards. And the commandery has a whole lot of very important and impressive awards.
And I'll throw 2 cents in here too. That's always personal complaint of mine. When we go to the regional, or not the regional, the annual meetings, and we give out a lot of these awards in the meeting, and a lot of these guys have their spouses there, and they get to go back to the room and say, "Oh, look what I got." And the wife has no applause, no appreciation of what it is they've got. Whereas we may all, be happy that a certain individual got something and all in the chapter meeting. I really think that needs to be shared more publicly than it is. And I would personally like to see a little more of that done at the banquet than in the business meeting. But that's just my personal opinion.
You have a raised hand.
Okay. Bob?
Like Bob Lumber.
Yep, I see it.
Just to fill in a little bit of what Vern said, there is a ritual award for Grand Council. It's a lot harder to earn because apparently we don't operate in Grand Council here like a lot of places do in other jurisdictions. For example, I don't think anybody in this jurisdiction could earn the award for the SEM degree because we don't do it enough. There is a Veterans Award, there is a Sweetheart Award, and there is also something fairly new, which is a First Responders Award, which could be given out. It doesn't have to be given out to a Mason. It can be given out to someone in the public. And that's something we need to look into and maybe present more and get some more interest in the public, especially given all this what's happened in the past year, that this might be very appropriate. So there are other awards in the Grand Council parallel to what are in the Grand Chapter.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, now is asked to talk about mergers and forfeitures. Not a happy topic, but it has happened and probably will happen again. This is, I can't really address, and Bob Lumber probably can, and Chuck may be able to address direct more in detail the council and commandery procedures. I don't believe that there is a printed procedure in council, but I'm not sure about commanderies. This is the one I'm familiar with in chapters. And there's this whole paragraph in there. And basically what it says is when two chapters decide they want to merge, they get a committee, they get together, put a plan together on how they're going to do it. And they turn that plan into the Grand High Priest or the king, if priest available, or the scribe. And he will appoint a committee of 3 people who will go out, discuss it with the 2 chapters, look over the plan. They'll come back and tell the high priest whether they think it should be done or not. In actuality, I would highly suggest that before you do all that, whichever chapter is going to merge with the other one definitely needs to start having some communication with that other chapter. They need to get together with both chapters' elected officers, go over why they want to do it, what's going to be involved, what each other's finances are, what each other's thoughts on what name is going to be used, and get all of that discussion out of the way before you put this plan together and approach the grand chapter. Because if you just come in and say, hey, look, here's a plan, we want to merge on such and such a date, and we're going to move this money there, you're going to need more information than that. How much money do you have? Where is it? How do your members feel about it? You should vote in your chapters whether you're going to do this or not. And your individual bylaws may specify more directly to that. But by the time it gets to the grand officer, you should have all that out of the way so that once it comes to the grand chapters voted on, passed, you can go ahead and do it quickly. What I've heard and seen in the past is mostly the argument about whose name is going to be kept. So I was involved in one merger during my time. It went fairly well once we got it finally moving. It was over a 2-year period of working on it and getting the finances and everything ironed out were an issue, which finally were taken. I would like to mention one other thing to do with these, and that is I belonged to a chapter at one time who was joint meeting with another chapter. We thought, and I thought at the time, what a great idea. Neither one of us really has enough members to do everything, but it works well. And then the grand high priest came to a meeting and said, no more. You will break apart and meet separately. At the time, I thought, that's not fair. We were doing okay. Since that time and going through the grand chapter and going through chairs and ended up being a grand high priest, I can tell you he was right. Because the whole time we were meeting jointly, that's great for the short term so that you can do degrees and you each gain some members and then go off on your own again. When it continues 3, 4, 5 years like that, one chapter is growing and the other isn't. And it probably never will, as long as they're meeting with another chapter. They really need to be meeting separate, maybe bring your new members together with the others to do it, but you should have your own meetings. Otherwise, one will take over the other. So sadly, a joint thing is fine for a short term. I don't think that's worth keeping for more than 2-3 years at most. Any questions about mergers? Bob, did you want to, do you have any detailed info on the council?
Not really. What is in the Constitution is somewhat less specific than what is in the Grand Chapter Constitution. It doesn't have requirements. And I think that's really something that needs to be changed. But I think, you know, in terms of what happened when I was Lustrous Grand Master, it never really did the formal things that should have been done. I mean, I think we just said, okay, we've got to, you know, these councils or these chapters are not going to be meeting, so we just go ahead and merge them and you know, check it with the grand body during the grand sessions. But you know, there didn't seem to be a time to do all the formalities because it sort of wasn't any point to it. So I think, you know, in the future, I mean, something like Crusade Commanderies merger, I think that were two strong commanderies, and yeah, you go through the formalities. But when you've got a chapter or a council that has 10 members and they're sort of dropping, I think sort of the best thing is just to get things done and get them merged, and at least the companions have some place to call home that is at least functioning. So.
Okay. Yeah, I see Randy sent me a text that there actually are specific steps to go through in the council. So again, I'm not familiar with that. But yeah, sometimes I guess if you have one just falls off the end of the earth, that can be a problem cleaning up the loose ends. Chuck, did you have anything on commanderies merging or meeting jointly for that matter?
If John Rapine wants to say anything here, he can, because our Constitution, there was information added to our Constitution this past year with regard to some instruction on mergers. It's not as detailed as what the chapter has. I've been through two of these in the past year and a half. One was the Monumental Crusade, and that was a bunch of Sir Knights who really knew what they were doing, covering all the bases, and I think they did that pretty much on their own. And that one was a tough one because not only did we have a name change, we had to change change the Constitution, we had to change banners, we had to change jewels, everything. And that was very complicated. And what we did was we assigned different committees to each one of those. We're talking now about merging Saint Bernard and Jacques de Molay, and that's really a merger where Saint Bernard will not necessarily have an identity when it's over. With Monumental Crusade, we wanted to make sure that both names were used, that there was a remembrance. So there are a lot of changes made, changes of name, like I mentioned before. With Saint Bernard and Jacques de Molay, it's going to be much simpler than that, and kind of like what Bob Lombard said. They're going to take the Jacques de Molay name, or Saint Bernard's going to meld into instead of calling it a merger, I would say they're going to meld into St. Bernard, meld into Jacques de Molay. And it won't be quite as complicated, but we don't have the kind of guidelines that are printed in the chapter. And for us, I hope it's a very rare thing that's going to happen. Usually you have these mergers because there's a weak sister involved, and that didn't happen with Monumental Crusade. That was a merger that was brought about because the strengths of the two, the individual strengths of the two combined into one made the both organizations a lot stronger. With St. Bernard and Jacques de Molay, we've got a very strong commandery and one that is struggling. So it'll be a little simpler. But I'm not sure if John Rayfine thinks that we should expand our constitution any further than it is. John is the jurisprudence chairman for Grand Commandery. John, you want to say anything about
Well, sir, yes, I'll just make very quickly, but pretty much so Ayers was fine-tuned a little bit after the Monumental Crusade merger. And of course, their constitution is kind of governed by the Grand Encampment Constitution. And, unless you feel a specific need to try to detail it any further, I think that, it will work just as easily for this one as it did for certainly for Monumental and Crusade. Sometimes we can put too much in and we start to contradict Grand Encampment, and then that kind of just rules their whole section null and void because of one thing that's added in. So we want to be careful of that if we do that. But that's up to you, sir.
Okay. One other thing I meant to mention there, not only money, financial stuff, getting your members to vote. No, there is all of your paraphernalia that's going to have to be decided on too. And what will usually happen is hopefully one chapter needs items that the other has, or if the two chapters are merging, there may be a chapter that needs some of that stuff that one of the chapters isn't going to need anymore. And the best way to handle that is contact the grand chapter, let them know what you have is available. And then they can put that out to the other chapters. Hey, do you need this or that? And then what you do with the stuff that's left, haven't had to deal with that. Vern, you got your hand up?
That number is 121 Sarin Court, Eldersburg. You box everything?
Yeah, we're not going there either.
How big's your shed?
That's full with DBLA crap.
We'll just put it in the York Rite room.
I'll put it in the York Rite room. We'll move something. We'll put a couple more shelves in there somewhere.
That's pretty much all I have, Bill. Unless, I'm pretty much done unless anybody's got any other questions.
All right, we've got one more thing. I've been texting for Raphael. Raphael has been doing updating the forms that you've been using, the annual report, the petition form. And what he wants to do is just cover a few things and some ideas that he's been coming up with and try to get your thoughts and input on it. It'll probably be about another 5-10 minutes. But I think your input and the stuff will help him a long way of helping make our jobs easier. Raphael.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, companions. I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I'm gonna make this quick. So like companion Bill said, I have been working on some of the forms that we use, more specifically the chapter and council report forms, and also the petition. Let me see if I find it now where I have it.
Raphael, I just want to throw in here, I scheduled this meeting to go to 1. I don't know what's going to happen at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we probably get kicked out.
Go ahead.
All right. So really quick, these two forms work basically the same way. The chapter and the council forms, they're slightly different, but they work the same way. So I'm just going to go through this one. One of the things that I did was make it in such a way that when you fill out the top section where you talk about the chapter, this gets replicated everywhere in the form that needs to be added. So you don't have to do that manually. So if I change this one, for example, to Mount Vernon 2,556, it changes it everywhere. Okay, so that's one less thing that you have to worry about. Now, one of the comments that we have received over time is that if you only have some pages that need to be submitted, like for example, on this case, it would be page 2, 3, 4, and then you can skip down. But there's no easy way to get rid of those pages. But when you print this, you can actually tell the program, in this case, I'm using a Adobe Acrobat Reader to print specific pages. So for example, on this one, I can tell it to print the range from 2 to 4, then skip to page 9, then skip to page 15. And what that will do is when it goes to print, it only prints the pages that I need. Okay. So that dash between those two numbers, it means that it's a range. And then if you want individual pages, just put a comma in the page number that you want to print, and that will only print the pages that you have information. Any questions with that? Okay. So that's one quick way. The last page, actually, maybe I should bring it up. And I'm sure you've already seen that. The very last page, these fields right here are calculated automatically. So when you enter, for example, on this one, 150 total members at the end of the reporting year, it updates these numbers. So as you add members, it continues to increase that. So this number will be the total at the end of the reporting year, and then you just do your math calculation. Try to make it as easy as possible. Now, this is one that I have been working with Companion Bill over the last, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years, and we have made some changes. Like we added the ground lodge number and added a few other fields. This form is available online. It can be filled out online, and then the person that is going to petition will print it. One of the recommendations, one of the questions, something that we have been discussing was having this be a 3-page form that is individual, like one for the chapter, one for the council, and one for the commandery. So obviously this will have to be fixed down here, but that's something that is fairly easy to do. And the person that is going to petition will just fill out the top portion, and this will complete the same section on the other pages. So all they need to do is fill it out on the first page, and then it replicates to all the other pages. Another suggestion was have these fields for chapter, council, and commandery be drop-down boxes that they can just select the one that they want to petition for. It's something that I can do. I just want your opinion and your thoughts on that. What does everybody think? Is that something that will be useful? My goal here really is to make the secretaries and the high priests and the Thrice Illustrious life easier, as well as the grand chapter, because collecting information from handwritten pages or, it can be difficult. So what does everybody think? Is that something that should I pursue? Would you like to see that? You don't care? How do you feel about it?
It wouldn't be that big a list. for any of those. So yeah, probably be handy.
Okay. I can work on that and get that done rather quickly, submit it up to the Grand Secretary for posting it online. Anything else that I can help with? What I've been talking to Bill and Vern and Bruce over the last year and a half is how can we make the reporting a little bit more streamlined? I'm looking at an option that is called a field data file, which is basically, if you take any of those forms, you can run a process that will generate an encrypted file that you can then email to the Grand Secretary, let's say, and then he can import that into the form. That way you wouldn't even have to print the forms. Is the problem with emailing a PDF is that they can get really big. I had some that are over 15 megabytes. So if in the future we could potentially develop that that feature, so the secretary, all they have to do is go online, fill out the form, hit submit, and the information goes directly to the Grand Secretary, and he can just import it on his end and call it good. I just need to know, and we can work on this, over the next year, which ones are the pages that the secretaries have to have on their desk after they're done with the report. But that's one option that we're looking, like I said, we're looking at improving the process and making everybody's life easier and modernizing how we in the Royal Lodge conduct business. And if you have any questions or any suggestions, my email address is bill.epic. No, any ideas, any recommendations, get them off to the Grand Secretaries, and I'll work with both of them to try to implement some of your ideas. That's all I have, companions.
I appreciate that, Raphael. As you say, we're trying to modernize a little bit, trying to get everything update to a computer and database type style without making it too difficult for everyone. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. Raphael has been working on some of this in the past. So any suggestions, especially if you do the annual report this year and you think there's an easier way to do it, let us know so we can try to correct it. Gentlemen, that's basically all that we had scheduled. We just dropped a couple things because it is getting later than we thought. Wanted to thank again all the presenters for taking the time to be here, but more importantly, I wanted to thank you, the companions, the secretaries, the recorders, the treasurers, for taking some time out of your busy day to be with us. Hopefully next year we will be able to do this back in person and enjoy the day and provide lunch and all that. So for lunch for today is on your own, if you didn't realize that by now. And hopefully next year when we do this, we'll be able to have a real good time together. Are there any final questions or thoughts before we are forced to log off? John?
Yeah, a couple of things, if you don't mind, real quickly. This is for Dan Brewer. He had asked a question earlier about what do you need to keep. I got a folder here that has in it the petition from the petitioner. And what I like about that is it's got the original signers and of course, all the personal information, name, date, address, and phone number. And if I forget it, I just got the folder. We keep these at the lodge where we meet, but also on this is included what they've paid, when they were voted in, and it lists all of the degrees and where they were conferred. It also lists the individual certificates that we might award, or or in case of the commandery, the medals that we award. So it's all right there. So anybody that's in the leadership can pick that up if they need to and sort through it. I want to ask one more thing. I keep reminding folks that this wonderful document, which was prepared about 10 years ago, really needs to be updated. I cannot tell you, driving around this state, how many times I've had to open this up to get an address or the name or a phone number of one of the current leadership. And this was just indispensable. I'm just hoping someone can put another one together. I realize it's a crap load of work and it should be updated regularly, but wow, this is really a wonderful thing.
Vern?
I edited that book and it is actually a crap load and a half. But I can forward that whole design to BillEpic@gmail.com.
Well,
You might as well you might as well send it to me directly because that's what Bill is going to do.
Hank, you got a question?
Well, we can't publish it as a we can't put that up as something on a website because it has contact information in it. The goal was everybody who held an office or was on a committee, their name was in the back of that book with their contact information. We had a problem. One year we didn't get any information from Commandery, and it was basically just a chapter council book. Then we got that fixed, and then we just stopped getting information. And we had a time when chapter council and Commandery had 3 separate secretaries, and that didn't help us either. So, and we're heading back towards that, but I think Bill and I are, and Chris are more apt to work on that. That is an expensive book to do. It's like $3 or $4 a piece to do. Even when you're doing up around 200 to 300 copies, it is and then you've got to mail it. So it's a great book. About the comment about the things that you think are improvements to those annual reports, let us know what the problems are too. If you find something that's difficult to do, you're stubbing your toe on, let us know those, because sometimes that's more important to know about what you think an improvement might be. So, thank you.
There's another
Thanks to
hand up.
everybody.
Hank, you got your hand up. You got a question?
Yeah, I do. At church, we used to do a printed directory on a regular basis, updated as it needed to be. But then we started doing that as an electronic document, not putting it on a website, but just doing it as a PDF. And I'm just wondering if that would preserve the integrity of the kind of book that John was talking about, but save the cost that Brother Vernon was talking about. And with that, I'll put my hand down and let men with more experience talk.
Randy Watson, we were talking earlier this week about published lists or making contact information available. Are we treading close to dangerous ground here?
Not with this as a list of officers and the chairman, as long as each individual consents to his information being printed. Otherwise, you just print his name.
Well, that book that was held up, everybody who was in that book, their name, address, mailing address, email, if we had it, and phone number was all in there.
Yeah, but under the current guidelines, you would have to get the individual's consent to have it in there. You didn't have to have that previously.
Okay.
Well, I would
You
perceive
got that, Bill?
Yeah. Well, I would perceive really the only thing we would need in that book is basically the grand chapter officers or the brand body officers, and I would just say the top elected, and then for the chapters, basically maybe the secretary and high priest for the chapters, and that's really all you need, and addresses for the chapters, councils, and commanderies. I'm concerned a little bit with if we're going to try to do this every year, we'd have to make sure all the chapters, of course, give us who is what and when. It might just be simple doing the addresses, kind of like what's on the website now, is we have the chapter locations, and then we have, if you click, you get the email for the secretary. Might just be better just to have the secretary's information next to the chapter instead of all 3. Just a thought. You still can get in some contact with somebody. And that would save time, because I think most cases the secretary rolls over for a number of years. But something to think about.
All we really need to do is put the new grand secretary of chapters on a 3x5 card and spread it out. Oh, no, well, I'm sorry, Bill, that's you.
But I think there's something to that could be done, and it could just be put out as a PDF file and just delivered that way. You send it to the secretaries, and if somebody wants it, they have to go to get them, you know, where they can generally put after their membership. But that's something we could do.
Hey, Bill?
Anything? Yep.
Yeah. I just want to put a plug in for my bi-weekly Wednesday evening meetings. Every other Wednesday, and I think the next one's March 3rd, I hold a very informal gathering for anyone in Royal Arch Masonry, or actually in Masonry anywhere. And I post the Zoom information on all 3 Facebook pages and the Grand Lodge Facebook page, usually the Monday before. Excuse me. It's become international. I'm now getting guys from Canada. We get Alabama, Georgia, Virginia, DC, Maryland. I think I had a guy from Pennsylvania once. We have anywhere, it's run as low as 5 guys, and sometimes I've had up to 20. And basically we just do a prayer, and then we go around the room and see who's meeting or not, what their pandemic situation is, what they're doing Masonically to keep busy or working on. And usually lasts about an hour. But if you're interested in meeting some people from around the country and find out what York Rite is doing in those other spots, you're welcome to join us. Just check one of the Facebook pages for the Zoom link, and hopefully I'll see you on a Wednesday evening. They're at 7 o'clock.
One last thing I have is just a reminder about the website. The York Rite website is there. Dan Brewer and I try to keep that thing up to date as best as possible. If there's something that you need, contact for a secretary or address for a chapter or whatever, it's there. If you need a specific form, we generally have them on there. If not, we'll make sure it's there. There's the podcast, there's previous podcasts that were done by Bob Chase over the last 2 years. As for example, we've been recording this episode, and we plan to put that on there so that if you need to refer to something, it's there. So please make sure you check out the website, make sure that you spread that there's plenty of information on there, that you don't need to contact a secretary or the high priest all the time. It's probably on there somewhere. Otherwise, I don't have anything else. I don't know if anybody else has anything. If not, before we go, I'm going to call on Randall Watson, our designated chaplain today, to give us a parting prayer.
Supreme Architect of the universe, we again thank thee for the opportunity to have gathered here together. We appreciate the information that has been shared. Please grant to us thy wisdom that we may utilize it properly as we go forth. All of which we ask in thy holy and sacred name. Amen.
Thank you. And everyone, again, I thank you for taking time to be here, and I hope you got something out of it, and we will see you around the state, hopefully soon.
Okay. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys.
Thank you for all your work.